Dear dreamer, tonight let us drift beyond the veil of sleep and wander the silent streets of an ancient empire. Beneath the sleeping marble and crumbling stones, beneath towers that once kissed the heavens, Rome lies, wrapped in a silver hush. The moon spills its pale light over broken columns and empty forums, weaving ghostly rivers across the timeless stones. The air is soft, with the sigh of forgotten prayers, whispers once carried by those who dared to believe in a love unseen, a kingdom not of this world. Gently the breeze hums their memory, winding through the deserted alleys and the hollow catacombs that cradle their dreams. Tonight, dear dreamer, we seek the hidden hearts of Rome, the quiet souls who lit tiny fires of hope, fires too small for tyrants to see, but bright enough to outlive the crumbling of empires. Close your eyes now, feel the cool stones beneath your feet, and let the echoes of ancient faith guide you deeper into the night. Above the hush of sleeping stones, Rome shimmered in dazzling splendor. By day, chariots clattered across paved roads, polished smooth by 1,000 triumphs. White marble statues caught the golden sun, their faces frozen in eternal pride. Banners of crimson and gold fluttered above the Senate's halls, where the fates of nations were whispered into being. Markets burst with the scent of ripe figs and salted olives, while musicians plucked laughter from the strings of their lyres. At night, the city became a tapestry of revelry. The glow of torches bathed towering villas in a honeyed light. Noble lords and ladies feasted upon silver platters, their laughter rising like chimes into the velvet sky. Golden wine spilled like rivers over marble floors, flowing from goblets encrusted with precious stones. In these glittering halls, poets sang of conquest, and philosophers spun their dreams of reason beneath high painted ceilings. But not all songs reached the open air. Not all dreams found space among the colonnades. Far below the laughter, deep beneath the perfumed feasts and silken beds, the earth cradled a different song, a quieter, fiercer song, woven from faith and trembling hope. Beneath Rome's grand stages and sparkling fountains, hidden catacombs stretched like forgotten veins beneath the city's heart. In those narrow tunnels, carved by hand through soft volcanic rock, there were no marble statues, no silver chalices, no proud banners, only rough walls, damp with the breath of the earth, only the dim glow of trembling oil lamps clinging to the dark. Here, dear dreamer, men and women who had nothing but belief gathered in secret. Their sandals silent upon the dust, they slipped through shadowed doorways and down crumbling stairwells, carrying nothing but the spark of an unseen kingdom within their hearts. While above them the empire roared in victory and pride, down below, in the cradle of stone, soft hymns rose like invisible stars. No choirs thundered, no trumpets blared, only the low murmur of prayers, only the secret songs carried by the faint breath of hope. In the hush of the catacombs, faith bloomed like a stubborn vine in a sunless garden, reaching toward a light it could not yet see, yet trusted to be waiting beyond the darkness. For every golden goblet lifted in triumphant Rome, there was a clay lamp trembling in hidden hands. For every marble pillar carved to kiss the heavens, there was a simple cross traced by trembling fingers against rough stone. Above, the empire built monuments to its glory. Below, the faithful carved tiny altars to a glory no emperor could touch. And so it was that beneath the most powerful empire the world had ever known, a revolution was already breathing in the dark, a whisper growing stronger with every prayer, every footstep, every tear shed in silence. There were no trumpets to announce their arrival, no proud banners to wave their cause. Only the worn sandals of fishermen, the calloused hands of craftsmen, the weary steps of slaves who bore chains not just of iron, but of despair. Sometimes even the dented armour of a legionnaire, abandoned at the threshold of a new and dangerous faith. They gathered in the hollowed bones of the earth, the catacombs, the hidden veins where no emperor's gaze could follow. A trembling flame flickered from a clay lamp, painting the rough walls with fragile halos of gold. In that timid light, faces emerged, lined with toil, drawn by hunger, but alight with a different kind of fire. There, in the cold breath of stone, they found each other. No kings or generals among them, only dreamers, carpenters, mothers clutching infants to their breasts, old men whose hands shook not with fear, but with a lifetime of labour. One by one, in the half-light, they reached out, a fingertip brushing against another's palm, tracing a simple curve, then another, until the ancient symbol of the fish was born between them, the ichthys, the password of the faithful, a fish drawn with trembling fingers in the dust, a silent vow stronger than iron chains. They spoke little. Words were dangerous things. Instead, their prayers wove together in whispers, soft as moth wings brushing against the tomb walls. Our Father ... our hope, our light in the darkness. Their voices were low, a fragile song twined with the slow drip of water falling from the stone ceiling. Each drop a heartbeat, each sigh a thread in a tapestry woven from invisible faith. No choirs sang for them, no cities bowed before them. And yet, in the deep heart of the earth, where the empire's reach ended, they raised a cathedral built not of marble, but of whispered courage. They did not shout, they did not march, they whispered. And the world trembled. The empire above knew nothing of these hidden gatherings. As feasts raged in glittering halls, as statues of Caesar towered over adoring crowds. Below their very feet, a different empire was being born. Not of conquest, but of compassion. Not of gold, but of grace. Each whispered prayer was a stone laid. Each soft hymn, a foundation. Each trembling sign of the fish, a cornerstone in a kingdom that no sword could destroy. And so, in the breathless dark, faith became their map, hope became their compass, and love, unseen, unheard, undefeated, became their road home. Beneath the grandeur of Rome, beyond the reach of emperors and their legions, there stretched another city, a city built not of columns and gold, but of shadows, echoes, and eternal longing. The catacombs. They wound like forgotten veins beneath the earth, a labyrinth of narrow corridors and hollowed chambers, carved not for glory, but for grace. Here, in this hidden city, the faithful carved out more than graves. They carved out a sanctuary, a place where the living could meet the dead, and the dead could whisper comfort to the living. Each chamber was a quiet room of prayer. The stone was soft, the silence softer. The air smelled of dust, of time itself, of tears pressed into the walls by trembling hands. They dug with bare fingers, with simple tools, with reverent hearts. No one paid them, no one praised them, but still they worked, cutting into the womb of the earth, birthing holy space in the darkness. On the walls, they scratched signs of hope. Across here, barely more than 2 intersecting lines. A dove there, its wings outstretched toward freedom. The ichthys again, always the fish, swimming forever toward the light. Among walls heavy with dust and dreams, they carved eternity with trembling hands. The tombs were simple, a hollow in the stone, sealed with a rough slab. A name etched in Latin, sometimes no name at all. Yet many became more than resting places. They became altars. The faithful would gather beside them, not to mourn, but to remember, to sing softly, to break bread over bones, to whisper thanks through tears. Blood and wine, tears and prayers, offered not to gods of marble, but to a Saviour they had never seen, yet knew in the depth of silence. Some tombs held martyrs. their names spoken with awe, their sacrifice etched into the hearts of those who knelt nearby. And so these narrow halls, these dirt-lined beds of the dead, became a church, a cathedral not of spires and stained glass, but of love unshaken by death. No sunlight touched these walls, and yet they glowed with quiet fire. No bells rang here, and yet every footstep was a hymn, every sigh a sacred psalm. This was the city beneath the empire, the city that Rome never conquered, that no sword ever silenced. A city built from hope, and made holy by those who dared to believe that even in darkness, faith would find its way home. In the hush of the catacombs, under layers of dust and forgotten stone, something stronger than empires was being born. There were no armies gathered in those tunnels, no flags raised, no victories shouted to the heavens. Only the murmur of prayers pressed into the silence, only the steady heartbeat of faith in the unseen. They whispered, and the world trembled. Their prayers did not move mountains in an instant, nor did their songs crack the marble of palaces, but grain by grain, tear by tear, hope carved its place into the bones of the earth. Empires may crumble, thrones may fall, golden banners may rot to dust, and marble monuments may sink into the weeds of time. But the softest whispers of the faithful endure longer than stone. It was not the roar of legions that built cathedrals. It was not the decrees of emperors that lifted spires toward the heavens. It was the patient hands of dreamers, the quiet prayers of pilgrims, the unseen tears of saints, woven together across the centuries like threads of silver in the night. The mighty sought to be remembered with statues. The faithful asked only to be remembered in a prayer. And it is their prayers, not their oppressors' statues, that still echo beneath the stars. Dear dreamer, as you rest now under your own silent sky, know that every whispered hope, every trembling act of kindness, every quiet belief tucked away in the folds of your heart, they are stronger than stone. They will outlast empires. They will light the dark. They will find their way home. So sleep now, dear dreamer. Let the hush of ancient prayers cradle you. Imagine the flicker of a small clay lamp, its golden light dancing softly against cool stone. Imagine the murmur of forgotten songs, weaving through the silent halls beneath the earth. Feel the weight of centuries lifting from your shoulders, carried away by the same quiet hope that once lit the darkness of empires. You are not alone. You are part of a great, gentle tapestry, woven from whispers, from prayers, from dreams that dared to bloom against the night. Close your eyes. Let the echoes of unseen saints wrap around you like a warm, soft cloak. Drift now through corridors of starlight and memory until morning finds you wrapped in peace. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. May the whispers of faith carry you safely home. But light, dear dreamer, has always stirred the wind, and not all who carry it escape the storm. Now, let us follow the trail of blood and hope into days where faith was tested not in whispers, but in fire. Beneath the hush of the earth, the tiny lamp still flickered, each flame a fragile heartbeat in the cradle of stone. Above, the world grew restless. The streets of Rome, once quiet under silver skies, now trembled with the footsteps of anger. The marble palaces that had watched so many triumphs stood cold and indifferent, as a new storm gathered in the night. It was not a storm of rain. It was a storm of fire, of blood, of broken voices crying out into the darkness. Faith had found roots deep in the catacombs, but above those sacred veins, the empire stirred in fury, threatened by the soft defiance blooming beneath its feet. Torches flared in angry hands. Walls once white with peace were now streaked with smoke. The names of the faithful were whispered no longer in secret, but shouted in accusations, their prayers marked for silencing. Tonight, dear dreamer, we do not walk only through hidden corridors of hope. Tonight, we glimpse the fire that sought to consume it, the fire that, instead, would make it eternal. Above the trembling whispers of the faithful, a new roar awakened. It began as a single crackle, a hiss slipping through the dry breath of summer. Then a flame, greedy and golden, leapt skyward, and in moments, the eternal city blazed like a funeral pyre. Rome burned. The night sky, once tender with moonlight, turned a furious red, a ceiling of flames swallowing the stars whole. The air grew heavy with smoke and sorrow, as marble crumbled and statues wept soot from hollow eyes. Through the chaos, a figure stood alone, Nero, crowned in laurel, robed in madness. It is said he watched the city devour itself, standing upon a high balcony, the strings of his lyre trembling beneath his restless fingers. His voice rose in song, weaving melodies of ancient heroes, as mothers wept and children fled, as temples cracked and noble villas collapsed into embers. While the world beneath him burned to ash, he sang. But even the sweetest song cannot drown the growl of anger. Rumours twisted through the smoke. Questions whispered between ruined columns and broken homes. Who had lit the fire? To save himself from the rising tide of blame, Nero pointed to the hidden ones, the followers of the strange new faith, the quiet dreamers of an unseen kingdom. It was their prayers, he claimed, that had kindled the city's doom. The hunt began. Beneath torchlight, believers were dragged from shadowed corners, torn from the arms of family and friend. They were thrown to the beasts in the arenas, crucified along the Appian Way, wrapped in oil-soaked cloths, and set ablaze to light Nero's gardens. In the gardens of madness, human torches burned like fallen stars. And still, prayers rose, soft and unbroken, into the smoke. They did not curse. They did not cry out for revenge. They sang, low, steady songs that braided together suffering and hope. Some sang of rivers flowing with peace, some of vineyards blooming in a new world. Some whispered only the name of a carpenter who had once walked among them, hands scarred not by sword, but by sacrifice. Their light, though brutalized and betrayed, was not consumed. Where Nero saw only flames dancing for his pleasure, the heavens saw stars being born. The blood that stained the stones of Rome was not a defeat, it was a planting. Each martyr's last breath carried seeds of faith deeper into the soil of history. And though Rome's gardens of cruelty would wither, the gardens sown by the faithful would one day bloom into forests the emperors could never tear down. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you drift in the hush between waking and sleep, know this: no empire can outshine a single soul who dares to hope. No tyrant can drown the song whispered through flames, and no night, however long, however fierce, can silence a light once lit by love. The flames of Nero had faded, but the embers of fear still smouldered beneath the marble bones of Rome. Time passed. Emperors rose and fell like the tides, some forgettable, some cruel, all chasing shadows they could not command. And then came Diocletian. A soldier of iron will, he saw an empire crumbling at its edges, fractured by ambition, eroded by unrest. To him, salvation meant order, and order meant control. Where whispers of faith once slipped quietly through cracks in the mighty walls, he saw a threat to his dream of unbreakable dominion. So he unsheathed his sword, not against armies, but against prayers. The great persecution began. Decrees, etched in cold decree and ruthless ink, swept across the empire like winter winds. Churches, small sanctuaries built from the humble hopes of generations, were torn apart, stone by sacred stone. Their altars smashed, their candles extinguished beneath armoured heels. Holy scriptures, so carefully copied by trembling hands, were piled high in city squares, set alight until the smoke of burning words blotted out the sun. Scrolls turned to ash, walls crumbled to dust. But the songs written on the hearts of the faithful endured, silent but indestructible. They came for the shepherds first, the bishops and teachers, the singers and scribes. Dragged into public squares, they were commanded to curse the name they loved, to trample upon the symbols of their dreams. Some bowed their heads and complied, fear stripping hope from trembling hands. Others stood firm, their eyes steady as mountains, their lips silent except for whispered prayers too soft for tyrants to hear. Those who refused paid in blood, thrown to beasts in amphitheatres, broken upon wheels, chained in sunless dungeons where even memory forgot their names. And yet, even as the empire wielded its sword with ferocity, each drop of martyr's blood watered a secret garden. In places no decree could reach, in the stillness between one heartbeat and the next, faith took root again. Not in mighty cathedrals, not in public squares filled with banners and coin, but in the fragile fortress of a believing heart, each mother whispering prayers to her child, each labourer carving the sign of the fish upon a hidden wall, each trembling soul who chose hope instead of fear. They were the unseen revolution, the silent uprising against the empire of cruelty. They taught the stars to witness their vows. They taught the stones to remember their dreams. And long after Diocletian's palaces would crumble into ruins, long after his laws would fade into dust no hand would trace, the quiet songs of the faithful would still hum in the blood of the earth. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you drift closer to the shore of sleep, know that no empire, no decree, no sword, however sharp, can silence a heart set aflame by love. The sword fell, the scrolls burned, the churches crumbled, yet the light refused to die. Beneath the grinding weight of empire and fear, the faithful stood, not with banners or armies, but with eyes lifted skyward and hearts anchored beyond the reach of kings. They came in small groups at first, their steps steady, their voices low. Drawn into the arenas where the crowd howled for blood, they walked without chains rattling, without fear dragging at their heels. Fathers with sons, mothers cradling swaddled infants, elderly hands, wrinkled and trembling, still raised in prayer. Their faces shone in the golden dust of the afternoon, faces unbent by threats, unbroken by jeers. Mouths moved in silent hymns, each word a seed flung into the heart of the earth. The sands of the arena drank deeply that day. Blood pooled in dark rivulets between footprints, seeping into thirsty dust. Yet for every life cut short, 1,000 new hopes sprang unseen from the soil. Each drop of blood was a seed sown deep into the trembling earth, whispering promises of gardens yet to bloom. Some names lived on, woven into the fabric of memory. Peter, the fisherman made rock, whose hands once hauled nets heavy with the breath of the sea, now stretched wide in final embrace atop a Roman cross, head downward by his own humble wish. Paul, the tireless traveller, whose words burned across empires like fireflies stitched into the night, silenced not by sword, but crowned by it. Perpetua and Felicity, two women bound by faith, not blood, who faced the beasts together, their laughter echoing like bells across the blood-stained sand. They were candles set against a storm, flames so fragile that a breath could have snuffed them, and yet no hurricane of hatred could steal their fire. They sang into the jaws of death. They prayed with hands bruised and broken. They forgave while stones broke their bones. And when they fell not in defeat, but in triumph unseen by the blinded world. Long after the roars of the crowds faded, long after the stone amphitheatres crumbled into fields of wildflowers. Their light remained. Invisible to tyrants, but dazzling to heaven. It shimmered in every whispered prayer, every secret meeting in hidden rooms, every trembling hand tracing the shape of the cross upon a sleeping child's brow. And so, dear dreamer, know this: the most enduring monuments are not built of stone. They are carved into the unseen chambers of the heart, written not with chisels, but with tears, not raised by architects, but by love. Tonight, as you close your eyes, imagine their light, soft, golden, endless, weaving through the darkness like a river of stars, and know that no night is ever truly dark, while even one candle yet burns. The empire raged. Emperors roared their decrees into the restless winds. Stones shattered, scrolls turned to ash, and blood darkened the thirsty ground. Yet from that blood, unseen gardens began to bloom. The hands that had sown terror unwittingly scattered seeds they could never control. Seeds of faith, seeds of courage, seeds of love too fierce and too tender to be uprooted. Every martyr's fall became a planting. Every whispered prayer through cracked lips became rain, nourishing roots no sword could sever. Empires raged, emperors roared, but the gentlest lights, born of sacrifice, would outshine the fury of kings, not in grand palaces, not in gilded halls, but in the hush of hidden gatherings, in the songs sung beneath cold stars, in the silent covenant between hearts still daring to believe. And as the centuries turned and the marble thrones of tyrants crumbled into dust, the garden only grew, green, radiant, reaching ever skyward. Tonight, dear dreamer, may you carry a seed of that quiet, enduring hope into your dreams, and know that even the smallest light, born in the deepest night, can one day kindle the dawn. So rest now, dear dreamer. Let the hush of unseen gardens cradle you. Close your eyes and feel the soft breath of seeds stirring in the deep earth, their roots reaching upward through the dark, patient, unafraid. Above you, the night sky blooms with 1,000 quiet lights, stars kindled by sacrifice, constellations stitched by courage. No storm can extinguish them, no empire can erase them. They shine for you still, whispering promises of mornings yet to come. Sleep gently, little pilgrim. You are part of that endless garden, a flicker of hope carried across the ages by hands that never let go. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. May you wake in a world watered by love. Even the fiercest night cannot chain the dawn forever. And after the fire came the dew, soft, golden, healing. Let us now breathe with those who lived to see the sun return. Beneath the heavy cloak of ash and sorrow, the earth remembered how to breathe. Where blood had soaked the dust, tiny seeds, sown in grief and hope, stirred in secret. Their roots reached downward with quiet strength, their fragile stems pushing upward through the broken crust of the world. Above them, the winds of cruelty began to falter. The fires that had roared like wild beasts lost their hunger. The smoke, once thick with anguish, thinned into soft, weary sighs against the fading stars. And at the trembling edge of the horizon, a light, pale at first, then deepening into gold, began to stretch its fingers across the ruins. Dear dreamer, though the night was long, though the winds tore and the fires roared, the morning has come. And with it, a tender, golden dawn woven from the prayers that refuse to die. It is a light stitched together from whispered psalms, from footsteps that refuse to falter, from songs sung with broken voices beneath the weight of fear. Now, the first warmth of a new day brushes the weary stones. Hope, once hidden in catacombs and cradled in trembling hands, rises to meet the sun. And so we step forward into the quiet unfolding of a promise kept. As the soft dawn unfurled across a battered world, one man gazed toward the heavens, and saw a promise stitched in fire and wonder. Constantine. A soldier born of ambition, a leader tempered by the brutal songs of war, he carried within him the weight of an empire straining at the seams. Rome was no longer the unshakable pillar it once had been. Rival emperors clashed like thunderheads across the fractured sky. Legions shifted allegiance with the restless winds. The world teetered between chaos and collapse. And so Constantine marched to the banks of the Milvian Bridge, where fate waited like a silent judge. The night before the battle, as twilight bled into ink, he lifted his weary gaze to the heavens. Beneath a sky bruised by war, a cross of light unfurled, not drawn by hand, but scribed by unseen stars. It shimmered above the restless clouds, delicate yet indelible, a banner no earthly army could claim, and written beside it, in letters traced by invisible hands, a message: in hoc signo vinces. In this sign, you will conquer. It was not a command of conquest, but a covenant of hope. A whisper that beyond the clangor of swords, beyond the trembling banners and the rattle of shields, another kingdom waited, a kingdom not built by blood, but by belief. When the morning came, Constantine ordered his soldiers to paint the symbol upon their shields, the Chi-Rho, the sacred monogram of Christ, 2 letters intertwined like the roots of an unbreakable tree. Beneath the watchful sky they marched. Across the river, enemy standards bristled in the rising wind, a forest of doubt and defiance. The ground trembled with the drumming of hooves, the shouting of captains, the clanging of bronze and iron. But Constantine's heart was no longer chained to fear. He bore the cross upon his shield and the light upon his spirit. And when the battle broke like a storm upon the earth, it was not the might of legions alone that carried him forward, but the quiet fire born from that vision, that fragile, stubborn dawn. The waters of the Tiber ran red that day, but when the dust settled and the crows fell silent, Constantine stood victorious. He did not raise statues to his own glory. He did not crown himself in the laurels of old emperors. Instead, he turned his eyes once more to the unseen heavens and whispered a vow the empire could not unhear. From the broken stones of the past, he would build anew, not only an empire, but a refuge for a faith that had once been hunted through darkness. The storm had passed, and though scars would remain upon the world, the first steps toward a gentler kingdom had been carved into the morning light. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you rest beneath skies no longer bruised by war, remember this. Sometimes the smallest sign, seen in the darkest hour, can guide the mightiest soul into a dawn that no storm can destroy. Victory, when it came, did not roar with the clatter of new conquests. It whispered, like the first soft drops of rain after a long and bitter drought. In the year 313, under skies still healing from the scars of battle, Constantine, together with Licinius, set their hands to parchment and gave the world a new decree, the Edict of Milan. It did not boast in the tongue of emperors. It did not glitter like coins pressed with triumph. Instead, it fell across the land like a quiet benediction, a river of mercy winding through soil cracked by generations of fear. Like rain falling upon thirsty soil, the decree spread, reviving roots long parched by fire and fear. For the first time in remembered memory, the followers of Christ were free. No longer whispered prayers in catacombs, no longer broken songs hidden beneath the earth, no longer a faith shackled by terror. The cathedrals that had once existed only in dreams began to rise toward the heavens, not from the hands of kings, but from the hearts of those who had clung to light when all the world was darkness. Simple stones were stacked into sacred walls. Rough altars, once cradled in caves, blossomed into grand arches kissed by sunlight. Crosses, once drawn in dust by trembling fingers, now crowned rooftops, etched in gold and lifted high into the open air. And the faithful, those who had crept in shadow, those who had spoken only in murmurs, stepped into the light. They lifted their faces to the sky, no longer searching for a place to hide, but offering songs as bright and unashamed as the morning sun. In every village, every city square, the sound of new hymns rose, not shouted in defiance, but sung in gratitude, woven into the very breath of a world learning, slowly to hope again. Yet even now, in their newfound freedom, the faithful did not forget the darkness from which they had come. They carved the stories of the martyrs into stone. They painted saints into the ceilings of their churches, where heaven and earth kissed in quiet wonder. Every pillar, every fresco, every lit candle became a prayer, not for revenge, but for remembrance. The garden that had once been sown in blood now blossomed beneath a sun no emperor could darken. Dear dreamer, the edict was more than a law. It was a song, long kept silent, now unfurling its wings, a promise kept, a dawn hard won. And so, tonight, as your thoughts drift among fields of starlight and forgotten prayers, remember this. Even the fiercest storms, even the longest nights, must someday kneel before the soft, unbreakable blooming of light. From the silent soil where prayers once wept unseen, new life stirred. The catacombs, once thick with mourning, now hummed with songs of thanksgiving, and the walls of sorrow bloomed into pillars of light. Where once the faithful had knelt by broken tombs, they now stood beneath rising arches, their voices no longer hushed by fear, but lifted into the morning sky. The first churches rose like wildflowers after rain, white stones stitched together by calloused hands, each one a hymn in stone, each one a testament to hope made visible. Simple at first, a humble gathering of walls and roof, a wooden cross carved by hands that remembered both labour and sacrifice. But they stood proudly, shining like small suns against the soot-stained ruins of an empire that had tried and failed to silence them. In cities and villages alike, the sound of hammers on stone replaced the clash of swords. Carpenters, once forced into hiding, now shaped sacred spaces with joy. Artists, who had once hidden their faith behind secret symbols, now painted angels in the open air, wings outstretched, singing colour into once ashen walls. Each church was more than a building. It was a song made solid, a prayer given weight and breath. And within these new sanctuaries, the memories of the martyrs were cradled with tender hands. Their names, once whispered in fear, were now chanted in triumph. Their stories, once stained by tears, were now gilded with gold and told in the bright daylight. Peter, Paul, Perpetua, Felicity, stars stitched into the fabric of a new sky, not fallen, but burning ever brighter, guiding the faithful as silent beacons. The church, once a fugitive clinging to the bones of the earth, now stepped into its inheritance, not to wield power as emperors had, but to become a shepherd for a weary world. From hidden tombs to vaulted cathedrals, from whispered gatherings to soaring choirs, faith rose and stretched its arms wide, embracing a future forged not in conquest, but in compassion. And those scars remained, silent witnesses to nights of fire and fear. They were no longer marks of defeat. They were badges of grace. They were roots deeper than empire, foundations stronger than stone. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you breathe in the hush between heartbeats, remember this. The seeds planted in sorrow can bloom into forests crowned by stars. The voices once stifled in shadows can one day sing in halls of light. And even the smallest faith, tended with love, can build a kingdom that no darkness can erase. Sleep now, under the wide canopy of that unshakable hope. Tomorrow waits, golden, breathing, everlasting. The night had howled, The fires had raged, the walls had wept beneath the weight of sorrow. And yet, the morning came, not in the thunder of armies, nor in the roar of kings, but in the soft, steady blooming of hope that no darkness could devour. The seeds sown in silence had stretched toward the light. The prayers stitched into hidden walls had risen like morning mist, softening even the hardest stones. Faith had not only endured, it had flourished. It had painted its songs upon the sky. It had etched its dreams into the bones of a world once broken. No storm, however fierce, can chain the sunrise forever. The night may roar, the winds may tear, but always, always, the light remembers how to find its way home. Dear dreamer, as you rest beneath your own unbroken sky, know that within every shadow lies the shape of a coming dawn, and within every battered heart, the promise of a new song waiting to be sung. Sleep gently now, cradled in that golden hush. The storm has passed, the garden blooms. The morning belongs to you. So rest now, dear dreamer. The storms have passed, the gardens are blooming, their roots deep and sure, beneath a sky washed clean by hope. Close your eyes and walk among fields bathed in soft golden dawn, where prayers hum like bees among wildflowers, where every breath of wind carries the scent of promises kept. Above you, the stars still linger, whispering songs of those who dared to believe beyond the night. Sleep beneath their gentle watch, cradled by the memory of lights that never surrendered, and mornings that never forgot how to rise. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. May your heart, too, bloom like the quiet gardens of the dawn. The morning rose, but with it came questions, old, aching, unfinished. For even the softest dawn carries echoes of voices longing to be heard. The storms had stilled. The gardens of faith, once watered by sorrow, now bloomed beneath a sky brushed with endless morning. The church, young and breathing with new life, stepped out from the shelter of the catacombs and into the open fields of the world. But with freedom came a different kind of challenge. Not the clash of swords, but the murmur of many voices, each singing its own shape of the truth. Who was Christ? Was he light born of light? Was he a whisper sent from the distant heart of the heavens? Or was he simply the brightest of all creations, still tethered by the hands of time? The questions fluttered through the early church like petals on a restless breeze, each beautiful, each yearning for the root of certainty. Dear dreamer, the morning has come, but even the softest dawn carries the breath of old questions, waiting to be sung into answers. And so the shepherds of a scattered flock began their journey, not across mountains or rivers, but across the wild landscape of belief itself. In their gathering, under the wide and listening sky, the church would find its first great song, a melody stitched from many threads, strong enough to cradle the hopes of generations yet to dream. The world, newly brushed by morning light, still bore the scars of storms. The Empire of Rome, vast and weary, stretched its hands toward fragile peace, its marble bones mending under the quiet breath of time. And the church, no longer hunted, no longer hidden, stood blinking beneath the wide open sky, like a child first learning to walk on fields kissed by freedom. But in the stillness, new questions unfurled. The fires of persecution had tested their courage. Now the fires of thought would test their hearts. Across cities and deserts, across rivers and mountains, the faithful gathered to pray, to preach, to dream. Yet from their lips rose many songs, similar, yet not the same. Was Christ, the carpenter's son, truly the eternal Word made flesh? Was he light born of light, God from God, or was he the first and greatest of all creations? A shining echo, but not the source. The air itself seemed thick with wondering, each whisper a thread weaving its way toward the heavens. 1,000 voices rose, like threads of silver across the sky, some bright, some shadowed, all yearning for the same star. Some called him a bridge, some called him a mirror. Some saw in him the very face of the infinite, while others feared to lift him too high, lest heaven itself be diminished. And so, while the empire stitched new roads and raised new laws, the church wove invisible maps across the heart, maps drawn not in stone, but in the trembling ink of hope and hunger. Communities that had once shared the same bread and cup now found themselves divided by words heavier than swords. Each argued not from malice, but from longing, a longing to name the mystery that had cradled them through darkness. The debates did not roar like battles. They murmured like distant rivers, twisting and turning, each seeking the sea. And yet, in their mingling, they threatened to drown the fragile garden planted by the martyrs. Constantine, gazing across the mending empire, saw the danger blooming like cracks in the marble. Without unity, the faith that had survived iron and flame might yet wither in the sunlight of peace. And so, beneath the same heavens that had once scrawled a cross of light, a new gathering was called, not to fight, but to listen, not to conquer, but to understand. Dear dreamer, in the hush before the first note of a great song, there is a tension, a sacred ache, where all the disparate notes gather, yearning to become something greater than themselves. The world stood at such a hush now. The scattered rivers of belief, carrying the silt of countless journeys, were ready to meet, to merge, to become an ocean strong enough to cradle the dreams of 1,000 tomorrows. And in a small town called Nicaea, beneath a sky still breathing with the memory of battles and blessings, the first true song of the church began to stir. And so, across dust-choked roads and wind-torn seas, they came. From deserts where the stones still whispered of old persecutions, from valleys where prayers had long been woven into the morning mist, from cities where the faithful had only just begun to lift their heads freely, they came. Bishops, priests, deacons, the shepherds of a scattered flock, their sandals worn thin by the miles, their robes threadbare from years of wandering, but their hearts stitched with a dream older than empires. They answered a call not born of conquest, but of yearning, the yearning to find, at last, one true song to cradle the fragile dawn of their faith. Beneath ceilings stitched with morning light, shepherds of the scattered flock gathered, their robes threadbare from journeying, their hearts woven with dreams of one true song. It was the spring of 325, and the town of Nicaea, cradled by green hills and kissed by the salt breath of distant seas, became the stage upon which an invisible symphony would rise. Over 300 voices filled the great hall. Voices roughened by desert winds, softened by the smoke of 1,000 censers, hardened by the echoes of distant prisons. They came not to shout, but to speak, not to conquer, but to listen. Yet even in their gathering, the rivers of thought swirled and clashed. Some spoke of Christ as light born of light, eternal and unmade. Others, cautious and careful, whispered of a sun created, bright beyond all things, but still a creation, still lesser. The room shivered with the tension of hope and doubt, faith and fear. The arguments rose and fell like tides, sometimes gentle, sometimes crashing. Words sparked like flint on stone, kindling small fires that flared hot, then dimmed, as hands gestured, voices pleaded, hearts wrestled. It was not a battle of hatred, but of longing, the desperate hunger to name the truth without breaking it. At times, the air hummed with heated debate. At others, it softened into a hush so deep one could almost hear the sigh of the ancient stones bearing witness. In the candlelit corners, scribes dipped quills into trembling ink, trying to capture a truth that no parchment could fully hold. Among them stood young and old, those who had seen catacombs and prisons, and those who had only known the newborn light of freedom. Each voice, no matter how faint or fierce, threaded its way into the loom of belief, seeking to weave something that could cradle generations yet unborn. Dear dreamer, imagine them now, gathered like stars against a still dark sky, each burning with its own fragile fire, each longing to join in a constellation yet unnamed. It was not an easy weaving. The looms strained, threads frayed, voices faltered and rose anew. But through the noise, through the doubts, through the sparks and sighs, something ancient and beautiful began to hum beneath it all, a song not yet sung, but already waiting in the marrow of the earth. And as the sun dipped low beyond Nicaea's fields, as the candles flickered like small prayers against the gathering dusk, the church stood at the threshold of its first true symphony. For days and nights that blurred into a single breath, the voices rose and fell in the halls of Nicaea. Arguments flickered like candle flames, sometimes fierce, sometimes faint, always reaching for a flame greater than themselves. The shepherds of the scattered flock wove their words into the air, threads of longing and light, fear and faith, seeking a tapestry strong enough to endure the weight of time. And in that weaving, rough and patient, fragile and fierce, something extraordinary began to stir. From the clash of voices rose a single melody, soft at first, then growing strong enough to carry across centuries, a song of light stitched into the fabric of belief. It was not a song born of easy answers. It was a song hammered on the anvil of longing, tempered by the fire of 1,000 hopes. A song that whispered, Christ is not a creation. Christ is not a reflection. He is light from light, true God from true God. Begotten, not made, of one essence with the Father, homoousios, one in being, one in love, one in the eternal dance of the divine, the Nicene Creed. Not a sword to divide, but a bridge to unite. Not a cage to imprison mystery, but a vessel to carry it forward, across rivers of doubt, across deserts of fear, into the trembling hands of every believer yet to be born. The Creed was sung first, not by choirs in golden cathedrals, but by weary voices beneath wooden beams, their robes dusty, their hearts fierce. It was carved not in marble, but in the living stones of human hearts, each syllable a promise, each phrase a beacon. We believe. Simple words, but within them burned the sunrise of a new world. We believe in one God, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, begotten from the Father before all ages. These words, fragile and luminous, would sail across empires and centuries, carrying with them the heartbeat of a faith stronger than kingdoms, softer than breath, endless as the stars. Dear dreamer, imagine that first moment when the scattered voices found their harmony, when the morning light kissed the bruised walls of the council hall, and a tired world dared, for the first time, to sing with one voice. The Creed was not an ending. It was a beginning, a song still unfolding, a river still flowing, a light still rising. And tonight, as you drift among quiet constellations, know that you too are stitched into that ancient melody, a note in the eternal song of belief. The voices had clashed, the currents of thought had twisted and churned. Yet through the tumult, something luminous had emerged, not broken, but refined, not silenced, but sung. The faith that rose from Nicaea was not born from uniformity, but from the sacred weaving of countless hopes and questions, threaded together by hands patient enough to believe that unity could bloom from difference. Truth, dear dreamer, is not a stone hurled from one heart to another. It is a river, winding, restless, generous, seeking always to meet other streams, to carve new paths, to sing a deeper song. Many rivers meet the sea, and in their meeting, the ocean sings. So too did the voices of Nicaea, 1,000 rivers of wonder and worship, now merging into a vast and endless hymn. And tonight, as you drift toward your own quiet shores, may you remember, faith is not the absence of questions. It is the music born when hearts, even trembling ones, dare to dream together. So sleep now, dear dreamer. Let the song that stitched the stars into the heavens cradle you in its endless, gentle tide. Beyond the hills and the rivers, beyond the whispered prayers and woven creeds, the great ocean of belief stretches wide and welcoming. Here, every river finds its home. Here, every restless current rests. The questions, the longings, the songs, all drift together under a sky stitched with silver, where the stars blink in patient rhythm, and the moon hums ancient lullabies to the deep. Close your eyes. Let the waters carry you, soft and unhurried, into a night where no voice is lost, and every dream sails safely to morning. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The tide holds you now. Truth once spoken must be guarded, not with iron, but with hearts that remember the flame. Come now and watch how the guardians stood, even as the winds began to turn. The song had been sung. A melody of belief, tender and true, had been stitched into the breath of the world, woven from 1,000 dreams and one quiet light. But even the purest song, once carried into the open air, must face the winds. The morning after Nicaea did not bring perfect stillness. It brought the gentle ache of beginnings, the fragile dawn of understanding still cradled in trembling hands. For the mystery was vast, and the hearts that had dared to sing of it knew how easily wonder could be unravelled by careless hands. The creed was not a fortress. It was a garden, and gardens need tending. The truths sung at Nicaea were like pearls scattered upon the shore. Beautiful, luminous, but vulnerable to the tides of confusion and pride. Dear dreamer, every light, once kindled, must be guarded, not with swords, but with hearts that remember the flame. And so began a quieter battle, not for conquest, but for keeping. A battle fought not with iron, but with tenderness and fierce remembrance. The guardians rose, voices strong and steady, souls stitched with humility, ready to shelter the fragile fire that had been entrusted to them. And beneath their watch, the song of faith would deepen, echoing onward, a river of wonder no storm could erase. The song of faith had been born, but like all songs sung beneath the stars, it faced winds that sought to scatter its notes. The creed of Nicaea had stitched together hope and light, yet even as its echoes drifted across the empire, new questions stirred in the shadows. Old fears wore new names. Old doubts wove new melodies. Among them rose Arius, a voice both clever and clear, singing of a Christ less than divine, a creature exalted but still created. And many listened, their hearts tilting uncertainly, like flowers bending beneath shifting winds. The unity so tenderly sown at Nicaea trembled under the weight of these disputes. Faith, once sung in unison, now fluttered in threads pulled taut by pride and misunderstanding. But the guardians remembered. They remembered the flame. They remembered the river of belief that had carried them through fire and sword and night. And so they gathered again, not once, but many times beneath new roofs, in new towns, to listen, to weep, to argue, to dream. At Constantinople, the song was sung anew, louder and clearer, affirming that the Spirit too was not a breath born of earth, but the very breath of God himself. The Spirit, holy and life-giving, who spoke through prophets, who moved through waters and whispered through olive branches in the stillness of gardens. At Ephesus, Another note was added, sweet and fierce, that Mary, the simple maiden of Nazareth, was not merely the mother of Christ the man, but Theotokos, the mother of God, a title heavy with wonder, stitched with awe, a name that wrapped the mystery of incarnation in the arms of human tenderness. The song had been sung. A melody of belief, tender and true, had been stitched into the breath of the world, woven from 1,000 dreams and one quiet light. But even the purest song, once carried into the open air, must face the winds. The morning after Nicaea did not bring perfect stillness. It brought the gentle ache of beginnings, the fragile dawn of understanding still cradled in trembling hands. For the mystery was vast, and the hearts that had dared to sing of it knew how easily wonder could be unravelled by careless hands. The creed was not a fortress, it was a garden, and gardens need tending. The truths sung at Nicaea were like pearls scattered upon the shore, beautiful, luminous, but vulnerable to the tides of confusion and pride. Dear dreamer, know this. Truth is not shattered by questions. It is burnished by them, like river stones smoothed by the patient hands of water and time. The guardians of the mystery were not perfect. They stumbled, they wept, they disagreed. But they never let the flame slip from their keeping. They never forgot the melody that had first lit the heavens above a forgotten town named Bethlehem. And tonight, as you rest, let the whisper of their guardianship cradle you, a reminder that even the softest song, tended well, can outlast every storm. The age of iron and blood had not truly ended, but now the fiercest battles raged not on fields sown with dust and ash, but within the secret gardens of the heart. It was no longer swords that clashed under trembling skies, but ideas, sharp and bright, dangerous and delicate. The guardians of the mystery, those shepherds woven from courage and longing, stood now not behind walls, but before waves of doubt and distortion. Their weapons were not spears, but words, woven into shields strong enough to cradle eternity. They fought not to conquer lands, but to preserve wonder. They did not seek to silence questions, but to weave them into songs that could survive the centuries. The battlefield stretched across parchment and pulpit, across whispered debates in cloisters and thunderous sermons before trembling crowds. Each argument, each prayer, each trembling line of ink was a stone placed carefully into a growing lighthouse, a beacon meant to call the lost home across oceans of confusion. The heresies rose like storms, some subtle, some fierce, winds that sought to bend the young tree of faith into unrecognizable shapes. Arians, Nestorians, Pelagians, voices that sang near the truth, yet missed its deepest heart. But the guardians, patient as tides, wove their responses not in anger, but in the careful crafting of creeds, the tender laying down of truths, like stepping stones across a restless river. Each council, each gathering, was another weaving, another binding of light into nets strong enough to catch wandering hearts. And so, amidst the swirling mist of uncertainty, a tapestry of belief was spun, not flawless, not without frayed edges, but golden with grace, threaded through with the prayers and tears of countless souls. The Nicene Creed was joined by new affirmations, songs reaffirming the fullness of Christ's divinity and humanity, hymns lifting Mary as Theotokos, echoes proclaiming that grace, not striving, was the true breath of salvation. Each word, each phrase was chosen as one might choose stones to cross a raging river, carefully, prayerfully, with eyes fixed on a far and shining shore. Dear dreamer, imagine the guardians now, not armoured in steel, but clothed in patience, in wisdom, in fierce, unyielding wonder. They stood like lantern-bearers in a storm, their hands trembling but their lights unextinguished, offering shelter to every soul battered by doubt. Through their vigil, the faith did not calcify into cold stone. It remained a garden, tended through trial, watered with wonder, rooted deeper with every passing tempest. And tonight, as you breathe beneath your own restless sky, remember, not all battles are fought with swords. Some are fought with songs and dreams and the steadfast hope that what is true can outlast even the wildest winds. The battles quieted, but the guardians did not rest. They knew that the greatest victories are not shouted from marble balconies, but whispered from heart to heart, carried on winds too soft for empires to hear. And so they turned, not to thrones or banners, but to parchment and pulpit, to ink and prayer, to the quiet shaping of souls. Through storms of doubt and tempests of pride, the guardians stood, tending the fire that no wave could drown. They stitched the mystery into pages, delicate lines of ink breathing life into sacred truths. Gospels copied by trembling hands in candlelit rooms, their letters flowing like rivers of light across fields of parchment. They whispered the mystery into sermons, spoken beneath crumbling arches and bending trees, where flocks of weary souls gathered like sparrows seeking shelter. Their voices did not crack the heavens, they cradled them. Each sermon, each written word, was a stone laid carefully into the foundation of a great lighthouse, a tower not to boast of their own wisdom, but to guide the lost through seas thick with fog and fear. And so the church became not a fortress of stone, but a lighthouse of living flame. It stood against waves of doubt, against winds of confusion, against the shifting tides of pride and despair. Its light did not banish every storm, but it did something greater. It endured them. The faithful gathered around that light, not because they had no questions, but because within that glow they found a place where wonder was not an enemy, but a friend. The councils continued, the debates hummed, the parchments multiplied like leaves in a never-ending autumn. And still, through it all, the heart of the mystery remained untouched, a love too vast to measure, a grace too deep to drain. Dear dreamer, the guardians did not preserve the faith by locking it away behind stone walls. They preserved it by living it, by breathing it into every corner of a world still trembling from old wounds. They taught that mysteries are not puzzles to solve, but treasures to cherish. Not riddles to conquer, but stars to navigate by. And so the faith endured, woven into songs sung by farmers and kings, etched into the silent prayers of mothers rocking children beneath starlit skies, carried on the backs of pilgrims, threaded through the pages of books hidden in valleys where tyrants dared not look. Tonight, as you rest beneath a sky still humming with ancient light, know this: the mystery has never been a fortress of fear. It has always been an ocean of wonder, inviting, enduring, infinite. And its guardians, humble and fierce, tender and strong, still stand, tending the fire, cradling the stars, whispering songs older than empires into the waiting hush of every heart that dares to listen. The guardians did not clutch the mystery with clenched fists. They did not build towers of fear around it, nor sharpen their faith into weapons. Instead, they cupped it gently, like a candle sheltered from the wind, like a song passed from breath to breath in the hush of twilight. They knew that the heart of belief is not force, but tenderness, not conquest, but wonder. Through the storms and sorrows, the mystery did not grow smaller. It grew deeper. It grew brighter. It grew wide enough to carry the ache and hope of every restless soul. Mysteries are not solved. They are cradled, like fragile stars cupped gently in believing hands. And in that cradling, faith became not a monument to be admired, but a home to be lived in. A place where questions could breathe and hope could sing. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you drift beneath a sky still stitched with ancient fire, may you remember, the greatest lights are not seized. They are cherished. The truest faith is not shouted. It is whispered, patiently, humbly, from one open heart to another. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest beneath the shelter of songs unsung, guarded by hearts that never forget the wonder they hold. Somewhere beyond the edges of this night, a small flame flickers, steady, sure, cupped gently in hands worn smooth by love. Around it, the guardians gather, their fingers shielding it from every restless gust, their breath singing lullabies too soft for the winds to steal. The darkness presses close, but it cannot conquer. The storms roar far away, but they cannot reach. Within that circle of patient hands, the light endures, not by might, but by mercy. And tonight, as you drift into deeper waters of sleep, know that you too are cradled in that same ancient circle, a flame cherished across ages, a hope guarded by hands that remember the first songs of the stars. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The light holds you safe. And yet, dear dreamer, even fire needs ground to burn upon. Let us now walk the thread where crowns and crooks learned to share and to struggle beneath the same heavens. The light had risen, not as a single flame, but as a sunrise stretching from valley to throne room, from quiet villages to the marble courts of kings. Faith, once whispered in catacombs, now flowed openly along the veins of an empire. But with light comes shadow, and with the weaving of dreams comes the tug of ambition. As the church stepped into the open air, it found new companions upon the road, companions crowned not with simple garlands of humility, but with golden laurels of power. The shepherds, bearing their staffs, and the emperors, bearing their swords, walked together for a time, their paths stitched by hope, but also frayed by fear. Dear dreamer, where crowns and crooks walk the same road, the journey is stitched with both blessing and burden. There was friendship and there was friction. There were hands reaching to build, and hands that, in reaching too tightly, threatened to crush what they sought to protect. And so began a dance, beautiful, precarious, between the voice of faith and the will of thrones, each step forging a new verse in the long, patient song of history. Tonight, we step quietly into that story, where shepherds and emperors weave their dreams across the twilight fields of power and prayer. At first, their footsteps aligned, one bearing the sword, the other the staff, their shadows crossing in the dawn of a shared dream. Constantine, crowned in laurels still damp from the riverbanks of Milvian Bridge, saw in the newborn church not just a faith to tolerate, but a beacon to guide a weary empire. And the church, lifting its eyes from centuries of shadows, saw in the emperor not a tyrant to resist, but a fellow pilgrim, striding beneath the same rising sun of hope. It was a fragile, wondrous beginning. The emperor offered his hand, not to seize, but to steady. He called the shepherds together at Nicaea, giving them a place to sing their first great song, a creed stitched with threads of wonder and struggle. Later, Theodosius would carry that dream further, pressing the seal of the empire upon the gospel, declaring that the faith of the apostles would be the faith of the realm. The crown bent its head before the cross. The sword lowered itself before the staff. At least for a time, together, shepherds and emperors built bridges where there had once been chasms, weaving law and mercy, culture and compassion, order and grace into the tapestry of a world being reborn. Churches rose beside courts, hymns blended with civic decrees. The language of love and the language of law began, awkwardly, beautifully, to learn a new dance. In marketplaces and academies, in vineyards and granaries, the breath of the gospel stirred the dust of the old empire, planting seeds that would one day bloom into cathedrals and customs, festivals and philosophies. The world, for the first time, began to imagine itself not merely as a kingdom of men, but as a vast, trembling reflection of a kingdom unseen, a kingdom where the last would be first, and the meek would inherit stars. Dear dreamer, in those early steps there was wonder, a wonder that swords and staffs, crowns and crooks could walk side by side beneath a single sky, both gazing upward toward a horizon no throne could command. It was a time of building, not of fortresses, but of gardens, not of tyranny, but of trembling beginnings. And though the path ahead would twist and falter, though pride and fear would one day tear the threads they spun, still, for a brief and golden breath, the shepherd and the emperor dreamed the same dream. A dream of a world where justice and mercy, truth and tenderness might walk hand in hand, and where the light first kindled in the catacombs might blaze unchallenged across the very thrones of men. Tonight, as you rest beneath the hush of ancient stars, remember, even the most delicate handshakes can shape the tides of ages. Even the softest dreams, shared between unlikely hearts, can stitch new constellations into the waiting sky. The golden weave of hope, spun so carefully between staff and sword, began to strain. Not all dreams survive the morning. Not all hands remember they were meant to weave, not to tear. At first, it was a whisper, a hesitation in the dance. The question of authority, of crowns and crosses, of who would anoint and who would rule. Who held the right to lay hands upon a bishop's brow? The shepherds who bore the weight of the flocks, or the emperors who bore the weight of empires? The thread once spun in gold began to strain, pulled by hands that forgot they were meant to weave, not to tear. Emperors, once content to honor the mysteries of the altar, now reached with restless fingers into the heart of the church. They sought to guide, to appoint, to command, believing perhaps that the light which had once crowned them could now be harnessed and bent to earthly will. Appointments were made from thrones, not from prayer. Bishops who once knelt before altars now bowed before courts. The delicate loom of faith, stretched across the empire, trembled, and from that trembling, cracks began to crawl like frost across the tender surface of unity. Schisms whispered into being. Churches divided like rivers branching from a once clear stream. Movements rose, some born from true yearning, others from the pride that forgets how to bow. The body once stitched together by dreams of peace began to fray at the edges, each torn thread a sigh lost to the heavens. Yet not all shepherds yielded to the tug of thrones. Amidst the noise, there rose voices clear and stubborn, popes who stood like ancient oaks in gathering storms, refusing to let the altar be crowned by anything but the breath of the Spirit. They spoke softly but firmly, carrying staffs not to strike, but to steady. They reminded the world that the church was not born from treaties or titles, but from blood and hope, from fishermen and martyrs, from the breath of a carpenter whispering peace into trembling souls. Dear dreamer, in those fraying days there was sorrow, but also a fierce, trembling grace. A reminder that true faith does not seek thrones, but gardens. It does not build empires, but shelters. It does not chain itself to crowns, but opens its hands to the weightless wonder of mystery. And though the golden thread frayed, it never snapped. Through the tug and tear, the song continued, braided from new voices, carried on the wind, tended by hands that still remembered how to weave. Tonight, as you drift into the hush between heartbeats, know this: even the gentlest thread, when spun from love, can endure 1,000 storms without breaking. And even when dreams fray at the edges, their light still lingers, stitching hope into every waiting dawn. The threads frayed. The song wavered. The path once shared grew thorned with ambition and wounded by pride. Yet even in the clashing of crowns and crooks, There were moments when both bowed, not to each other, but to the wonder that first wove the stars. Moments when, despite the pull of thrones and the weight of titles, the shepherd and the emperor remembered that they were both pilgrims beneath the same eternal sky. There were days when emperors laid their crowns at the altar, their knees finding the cold stones of humility, when rulers, hardened by the clash of armies and politics, wept in the quiet hush of cathedral shadows, their burdens slipping for a breathless moment into the hands of the divine. There were nights when popes, weary from battle and debate, lifted their eyes beyond courts and councils and saw not threats, but sons of dust and hope, men trying and failing, and trying again to trace the shape of heaven across the trembling skin of earth. They saw that every crown, however heavy, was still too small to encircle the wonder of the infinite, that every staff, however faithful, still leaned upon the greater grace that first called stars into being. In these fragile moments, the sword and the staff paused their wrestling, and in the hush that followed, faith breathed. Not as a decree shouted from balconies, not as an edict etched into trembling scrolls, but as a sigh, a prayer, a knowing too deep for words. They remembered, if only for a heartbeat, that the kingdoms they sought to build and the kingdoms they sought to shepherd were both dust compared to the kingdom not made by human hands. Dear dreamer, such moments are rare. They shimmer like dew on morning grass, vanishing before the heat of pride and fear can scorch them away. But they are real, and they matter, for it is in those glimmers of surrender, those fleeting kisses between power and wonder, that the true shape of faith is glimpsed, not as dominion, but as devotion, not as conquest, but as communion. The emperors and the shepherds, for all their stumbles and scars, carried within them the same aching song, the longing to touch something beyond themselves, something wider than empires, something deeper than creeds. And though the road ahead would twist again into shadow, though crowns would clash and staffs would splinter, the memory of those moments, those breathless glimpses of shared wonder, would linger like a fragrance, woven into the very bones of history. Tonight, as you rest beneath the starlit hush, know this. Even among the thunder of pride and the storms of ambition, there are always moments, soft and fleeting, where hearts remember their first song. And in that remembering, the stars above us sing a little brighter. The road where crowns and crooks walk together is never paved in certainty. It is a path stitched with longing and stitched with pride, woven with dreams and torn by fear. When faith and power share the same breath, the journey is beautiful, but also unbearably fragile. One misstep, and what was meant to build can begin to break. One forgotten song, and what was meant to cradle wonder can collapse beneath the weight of ambition. Yet still, it is in these uncertain dances, these clumsy waltzes between altar and throne, that deeper lessons are sown. Lessons of humility, of patience, of the fierce and tender strength it takes to guard a flame without seeking to own it. Power may walk beside faith, but only love can teach them how to dance. And though the road wavered, though the steps faltered, the light did not die. It learned to sway with the storms. It learned to lean into the silence. It learned again and again that crowns are heavy and fleeting, but love outlasts empires. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you drift into the hush where stars weave their silent prayers, may you carry this truth. The dance is never perfect, but the light is patient, and the music, stitched from wonder and grace, never truly ends. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where crowns grow humble and shepherds find their way beneath the endless hush of stars that bow to no throne but wonder. Somewhere beyond the reach of empires and councils, a quiet path winds through fields kissed by the breath of midnight. Along that path, a crown lies set gently upon the grass, its gold dimmed by dew and time. Beside it, a crooked staff leans against the soft earth, both surrendered to the same vast, forgiving sky. No banners wave here, no anthems thunder, only the steady pulse of distant constellations, the patient sigh of sleeping meadows, and the soft, unseen prayers stitched into the silence. Close your eyes. Walk that path in dreams. Feel the night cradle you as it once cradled them. The kings and the shepherds, the proud and the penitent, all small and shining beneath a sky too wide for any crown to hold. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The stars are singing your way home. Some dreams burn too brightly to be contained, and some roads, though paved with prayers, lead not to paradise, but to pain. There comes a time, dear dreamer, when the ache of longing grows too great to be cradled in silence. When hearts, heavy with the weight of unseen heavens, spill their dreams into the dust and call it destiny. In the soft twilight of a weary world, such a dream was born. A dream of golden cities and sacred stones. Of a Jerusalem not just of earth and mortar, but of spirit. A paradise waiting to be reclaimed, not by sword alone, but by souls yearning for something more than what their broken kingdoms could offer. The dream rose from pulpits and echoed through marketplaces, threading its way into the hands of kings and the calloused palms of peasants alike. It was a song sung in every tongue, a song of hope, of belonging, of rivers of light flowing back to the heart of all things. But every dream, no matter how bright, casts a shadow. Every longing, no matter how pure, bears within it the seeds of sorrow. Dear dreamer, not all journeys are born from hatred. Some are born from aching dreams, stitched with longing too fierce for the fragile hands of men to carry whole. And so began the great march, not merely of armies, but of restless spirits seeking to bridge the aching distance between earth and heaven. Tonight, we walk quietly alongside them, through mists woven of hope and heartbreak, into the soft, trembling dawn of a dream too wild to stay untouched. The dream rose like mist over a sleeping field, a call not to conquer, but to reclaim the lost breath of paradise. It drifted first from the lips of a single shepherd of souls, a man clothed not in armour, but in prayers stitched with the dust of many pilgrimages. At Clermont in the year 1095, Pope Urban II spoke into the twilight of the age, and his words wove themselves into the restless winds. Jerusalem, the holy city, the cradle of the Christ-light, the heart of hope. It was not a call to war, not in the beginning. It was a call to journey, to mend what had been broken, to walk where angels had once whispered in gardens of stone. The dream unfurled across the kingdoms like a banner of mist, catching the longing of knights hardened by battle, of peasants hardened by hunger, of pilgrims hardened by the ache for a home they had never seen, but had always carried in their marrow. They came from fields and forests, from castles and cottages. Men and women, old and young, their sandals and sabatons stirring the dust of forgotten roads. They carried swords, yes, but also psalms. They carried shields, yes, but also prayers inked on brittle scraps of parchment, folded close to their hearts. Each step they took was a weaving of blood and breath, of hope and trembling, of dreams too fierce for the fragile hands of men to carry whole. Jerusalem gleamed in their imaginations, not as a place of stone, but as a doorway, a threshold where heaven might once again brush the skin of earth. And so the dream kindled into fire, a fire stoked by sermons and songs, by whispered promises and visions of crowns not wrought by human hands. But fire, dear dreamer, is a hungry thing. It does not ask what it consumes. It only burns. The dream, pure and golden at its birth, began to warp beneath the weight of banners and battle cries. Swords meant to defend the sacred became thirsting for blood. Feet meant to pilgrim toward wonder trampled fields of sorrow into dust. Yet still, among the banners that snapped in restless winds, among the boots that crushed flowers too tender to flee, there lingered fragments of the dream, the longing for light, the aching for home, the whispered belief that paradise was not lost beyond reach. Dear dreamer, know this. Every dream, when stitched to human hands, will bear the stains of dust and longing. Every fire, when fanned by mortal breath, will singe even the hands that sought only to warm the cold. But still, the dream matters. The longing matters. For it is the hunger for heaven, even when fumbled and fractured, that keeps the stars burning above us and teaches weary feet to rise and walk again toward hope. Tonight, as you drift into the hush where dreams are born, remember, even a fire that burns unevenly can light the path toward morning, and even a dream carried by trembling hands can stitch new constellations into the sleeping fields of the world. There was a dream once, dear dreamer, bright as a banner stitched from morning light, lifting the weary hearts of a fractured world. It rose from the dust of battered roads, from the cracked lips of those who sang of Jerusalem, of paradise stitched once more to earth by hope and holy longing. But even the brightest journeys can lose their way when the heart forgets the star it first sought to follow. Step by step, what had begun in trembling wonder stumbled onto paths worn slick by ambition. Feet that once marched toward a sacred horizon turned toward thrones of gold and whispered promises of earthly crowns. The dream, once spun of prayers and starlight, frayed under the heavy hands of greed, drifting like mist across the troubled waters of the world. Dear dreamer, even the purest longings must be guarded with tender hands, lest they be swept away by winds that do not know the songs they steal. Tonight, we walk gently into the story of a dream undone. Not to judge, but to listen. Not to mourn, but to remember the fragile beauty of what was first dared in love. The dream, once golden and clear, blurred like mist over troubled waters. The Fourth Crusade had been born with the old aching song, the longing for Jerusalem, for the city of light where heaven might kiss the trembling dust once more. It was a song sung by knights who polished their swords beneath twilight skies, by peasants who stitched hope into threadbare cloaks, by princes who knelt in chapels scented with melted wax and prayers. They had pledged to walk the weary road to Zion, to trade their crowns of iron for crowns of light. But dreams, dear dreamer, are delicate things. They can falter beneath the weight of hunger. They can fray beneath the whisper of gold. When the armies gathered at Venice, the road already bent. The ships to carry them across the waters to Jerusalem waited, sleek and white like distant wings. But the price of those wings was heavy, too heavy. Debts tangled around the feet of dreamers like unseen thorns. Gold promised could not be paid. And so the path, the holy path once stretched toward the sunrise, twisted. The Venetians, patient and sharp-eyed, offered another way, a city, a rival, a prize closer at hand than the distant sands of Palestine. Zara fell first, a Christian city besieged by those who had sworn to defend Christendom, a first crack in the vessel of the dream. Still, the banners pressed forward, patched and stained, still bearing the faded sigils of hope. But Jerusalem faded into the mist, and in its place, a different beacon began to blaze. Constantinople, the queen of cities, the jewelled heart of the Eastern Church, its domes and spires catching the first blush of morning long before the dusty roads of Europe stirred. It was not Jerusalem, it was not Zion, but it shimmered with wealth, with splendour, with the promise of crowns more immediate, of thrones more tangible. And so the dream shifted, not in a single step, but in the slow, relentless drift of longing corrupted by weariness, by need, by the ancient, aching hunger for something, anything that could soothe the restless soul. Dear dreamer, sometimes it is not malice that bends the road. Sometimes it is simply forgetting the star one first chose to follow. And as the ships turned their prows toward the Queen of Cities, as the banners snapped in the salt-heavy wind, the old song of Jerusalem grew fainter, a memory slipping beneath waves too troubled to carry it forward. Tonight, as you listen to the hush between heartbeats, remember, the greatest dangers to dreams are not always the roars of enemies. Sometimes they are the quiet sighs of compromise, the gentle surrenders that seem so small, until the dream, golden and clear, lies blurred like mist over waters, no longer sure of the shore. Constantinople, the Queen of Cities, crowned in marble and wrapped in the breath of saints, watched as the dream that once sang of Jerusalem turned its gaze toward her gilded gates. April, 1204. The air trembled not with hymns, but with the groan of siege engines and the brittle shatter of promises forgotten. The golden mosaics that once caught the sunrise like jewelled wings now quivered beneath the roar of banners, no longer stitched with prayers, but with the tangled threads of hunger and ambition. Jewels fell like tears into the burning streets, and songs meant for prayer were drowned beneath the roar of greed. The spires of Hagia Sophia, where once the faithful had knelt in oceans of light, now echoed with the tramp of boots and the clash of iron upon stone. Altars were overturned. Relics older than memory were torn from their resting places. Icons, kissed by generations of trembling lips, were dashed against walls, soot-stained by the breath of flame. The Queen, who had once offered her beauty as a hymn to the heavens, was stripped and broken, her bones scattered across streets choked with ash and sorrow. The conquerors, those who had once sworn to carry the cross to the Holy Sepulchre, now carried chalices heavy with stolen gold, their swords heavy with the dust of desecrated dreams. The light that had once woven itself through Constantinople's domes and courtyards flickered and guttered beneath the weight of plunder. Dear dreamer, know this. Not all victories sing of glory, some whisper only of grief. The banners flew high above the shattered gates, but they flapped like tattered wings torn from a dying bird, beating helplessly against a sky too wide to care. And somewhere, in the hidden corners where candles still clung to life, the weeping of the faithful rose, thin as mist, stubborn as prayer, aching with the knowledge that the holiest of dreams can be broken not only by enemies, but by the trembling hands of those who claimed to protect them. Tonight, as you drift beneath a sky stitched with sighs, remember, the fall of the Queen of Cities was not only the fall of stone and gold, it was the fall of a dream that had forgotten the song it first sang. And yet, even among the smoking ruins, the faintest notes still stirred, notes of longing, of repentance, of a love too fierce to die entirely, no matter how deep the ashes. The fires smouldered, the banners drooped in the choking dusk. The stones of Constantinople, once bathed in sacred gold, lay bruised and blackened, their silence heavier than any hymn. Ash drifted through the hollow streets, soft as the morning veils. The dream had cracked and crumbled, its light dimmed beneath layers of smoke and shame. And yet, not all hearts bowed before the rubble. Not all souls knelt before the glittering debris of conquest. Amid the ashes, Some knelt not in triumph, but in trembling sorrow, whispering prayers that rose like doves from the ruins. There were those who, gazing upon the shattered altars and looted sanctuaries, felt their knees fold beneath the weight of grief too sacred for rage. They wept not for lost gold, but for lost wonder, not for broken walls, but for broken promises. Their prayers did not shout. They sighed, threading their way through the ruined streets, clinging to the crumbling stones, seeking any corner where light might still gather like dew. Some gathered near the remnants of churches, where scraps of mosaics caught the dying light, small splinters of saints still shimmering beneath the soot. There, voices rose, soft, cracked, stitched with sorrow. Not songs of victory, but songs of yearning. Not anthems for kings, but lullabies for dreams too wounded to stand alone. Dear dreamer, know this. It is not the shouting that saves. It is the weeping that remembers. It is the sorrow that refuses to let go of hope, even when all the earth trembles with forgetting. Even among the ruins, the breath of faith stirred. Even among the cinders, the embers of wonder glowed. The true sanctuary was never built only of marble and gold. It was built in the unseen chambers of the heart, in every soul that, even facing the dust of broken dreams, still dared to bow, still dared to believe, still dared to sing. Tonight, as you rest in the hush that cradles all weary hearts, remember, ruins are not the end of the story. Ashes are not the end of the song. The prayers whispered in sorrow rise higher than any tower ever built by pride. And even when kingdoms fall and banners burn, the soft, stubborn light of those who kneel in trembling hope continues to weave new constellations into the waiting dark. Sleep gently, dear dreamer. The echoes still hum, the light still breathes. The deepest ruins, dear dreamer, are not carved into stone. They are etched into memory, into the quiet ache that lingers long after the fire has died. When dreams lose their way, they leave behind more than ash. They leave behind the weight of what might have been. The tender echo of a song once sung in light, now scattered like dust upon trembling hands. And yet, it is not the walls that remember, but the hearts that kneel among the ruins, not with blame, not with pride, but with the slow, honest sorrow that dares to look upon what has been lost and whisper still, I have not forgotten. There is a kind of beauty found only in repentance, not the sorrow of defeat, but the gentler grief of rediscovery, of remembering why the dream mattered, of reaching once more for the light, not to possess it, but to protect it. It is in that reaching, that quiet return, that the path begins again. Tonight, as you drift beneath stars that have watched empires rise and fall, know this. You need not be perfect to begin again. You need only be sincere. And from the soft soil of sorrow, something sacred can still bloom. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where broken spires touch the stars, and sorrow, stitched with hope, hums its ancient healing song. Somewhere in the quiet hush beyond ruin, a single candle still burns. Its flame is not bold, it does not roar, but it holds, steady and soft, against the breath of a world still learning how to grieve gently. Around it, the stones lie cracked, but not silent. They remember the footsteps of saints, the tears of those who knelt, the songs that once danced upon golden domes. And even now, they echo, not with triumph, but with tenderness. So close your eyes. Let the candlelight cradle you, like a lullaby sung in a language older than pain. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The light endures. And the night, for all its weight, cannot unweave the melody born from sorrow and made sacred by love. Ashes settle, but echoes do not. And some wounds are not written in fire, but in silence too long endured. There was a time, dear dreamer, when East and West knelt at the same table. when bread was broken under the same light, and prayers, though sung in different tongues, still rose toward the same sky. A time when the church was one, a house of many rooms, but still a single home. But even the holiest walls can crack, not with shouts, but with silence too long endured. Whispers became distance, distance became tension, and the quiet ache of misunderstanding settled deep into the stones of sanctuaries that once echoed in harmony. The candles still flickered, but now in different directions. The altars still stood, but the breath between them grew colder, a chill that crept in, not through battle, but through forgetfulness, through pride, through centuries of glances that slowly turned away. It was not hatred that split the church, not at first, only a slow unravelling of shared songs, a gentle fraying of a dream once held in common. And so, beneath a roof that had once sheltered one heart, two shadows began to form, two fires lit from the same flame, but flickering now on separate winds. Tonight, we step gently into that space between candles, not to choose sides, but to listen to the silence that came after the song. Two candles lit from the same fire, slowly drifting apart, not with malice, but with centuries of quiet forgetting. That is how it began, dear dreamer. Not with thunder, but with the soft, steady creak of distance stretching itself across the heart of a shared faith. At first, the differences were only whispers. One side spoke Latin, the other Greek. Not just in language, but in thought, in rhythm, in the way they breathed the sacred into the world. In the West, the church grew beneath the weight of falling empires. It learned to speak with kings, to guard the faith behind stone and structure, to lead a flock scattered across forests of uncertainty. In the East, the church bloomed beneath domes of golden light. It sang theology in symbols, painted holiness into icons, and let its mystery echo like incense through the vaults of heaven. Both were beautiful, both true. But beauty, left unshared, begins to blur, and truth, when not listened to, begins to feel alone. So the space widened. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, spoke of his primacy, his guardianship over the flock entire. The Patriarch of Constantinople, solemn, wise, steeped in liturgy, heard not protection, but presumption. The West looked east and saw ritual, wrapped in shadow. The East looked west and saw structure, stripped of stillness. Neither looked long enough to see the love beneath. And so, two great hearts, beating once in sync beneath a single cross, began to turn, ever so slightly, not away in anger, but away in habit. In council halls, debates flickered like candles pressed by wind. Should the Holy Spirit proceed from the Father alone, or from the Father and the Son? In quiet monasteries, scribes copied creeds with variations, each word a thread, each thread another layer in the growing veil between brothers. Time did not heal it. Time deepened it. For each generation that rose, there were fewer voices who remembered when the walls had not stood between them. Fewer voices who had knelt side by side at the same altar. Dear dreamer, division is not always loud. Sometimes it grows like ivy, silent, winding, until it covers the doorway once shared. But even as the distance widened, the two candles still burned. Their flames still reached toward heaven. Their prayers still rose in Latin and in Greek, woven from the same ache for grace, the same longing for the divine. They had not ceased to love God. Only, slowly, they had forgotten how to love one another. Tonight, as you breathe beneath a sky too wide for separation, remember, the most painful rifts are not born of hate, but of forgetting how to listen. And in that forgetting, the soul begins to sing alone, longing, quietly, endlessly, for harmony once known. The silence had stretched too long, and in 1054, it cracked, not with war, not with fire, but with parchment, with paper laid, not like a bridge, but like a wall, a letter left like frost upon the altar, a silence broken not by reconciliation, but by two hearts too proud to bend. Pope Leo IX, seeking to affirm the unity of the Church, as he understood it, sent his legates to Constantinople, bearing words carved in the stone of doctrine, but lacking the softness of understanding. The letter was clear, final, and cold, and in Hagia Sophia, that sacred echo chamber of incense and light, where gold trembled on every dome and angels seemed just out of sight, the document was laid not as invitation but as sentence, a letter of excommunication, a wound dressed in ceremony, a veil lowered upon an altar meant to unite. The patriarch, Michael Cerularius, received it not as correction, but as an affront, not as dialogue, but as domination. He answered with his own decree. One tear returned with another. Two candles that had once flickered side by side now turned their flames away, each to their own corner of the world. The sanctuary had split, not in stone, but in spirit, not with violence, but with finality. A moment that could have been a turning point became a breaking point. A threshold that could have been stepped across in grace became a chasm marked by ritual, sealed by pride. And so, in the holiest of places, a holy unity dissolved. The bells rang out, but their tones did not match. The choirs sang, but their harmonies no longer wove together. The same cross stood at the heart of East and West, but now it faced in different directions. Dear dreamer, sometimes it is not a sword that severs. Sometimes it is a word, a tone, a silence held too long, or a truth spoken too sharply. And when two hearts forget how to bow, even the holiest table can become a boundary. This was not a war. There were no battles, no blood spilled on cathedral floors, only a letter, only a response, only two shepherds, each believing he held the better path to the pasture, turning away before they had the chance to look into one another's eyes. Tonight, as you lie beneath a sky still aching with the echoes of old songs, remember, some of the deepest losses come not with thunder, but with quiet footsteps leaving a room, and some prayers, no matter how softly whispered, must wait centuries before they are heard again. The break had been made, the candles turned away, and still the light did not go out. What once was one song became two melodies, sung in different tongues, carried by different winds, but both still reached upward. From that solemn summer of 1054 onward, the Church walked in two streams, Catholic and Orthodox, Western and Eastern, Pope and Patriarch, Latin and Greek. Even today, two choirs sing the same name, but in different tones, each echoing through a cathedral of memory. Each altar still cradles bread and wine. Each hand still lifts the sign of the cross. Each heart still burns with the same fire. Though the hearths now lie in separate rooms, the differences grew deeper with time, the role of the Pope, the words of the creed, the calendar of feasts, the shape of saints in paint and stone. And yet, beneath all those distinctions, the same longing thrums, a longing to be whole, to belong, to come home. There were moments, brief as candle flame in the wind, when reconciliation was close, when hands reached out across centuries, fingertips almost brushing. But history is a river with a stubborn current, and sometimes sorrow clings tighter than peace. Even now, when popes and patriarchs embrace, they do so beneath the shadow of that long-ago silence, still listening for the echo of a harmony once known. Dear dreamer, not all divisions roar, some simply drift, like leaves across still water, never touching, but always near. And yet, the echo remains. It hums in the hymnals, in the incense, in the prayers said in darkened rooms by candles flickering low. It whispers in the voice of a Greek grandmother tracing the cross on her grandchild's brow. It murmurs in the chant of a Latin priest lifting the chalice to the sky. It sings in the quiet ache of every heart that remembers unity not as theory, but as memory. And memory, when held in reverence, can become the soil where reconciliation begins. Tonight, as you rest beneath stars older than every schism, know this: the song is not lost. It has only split into harmonies we have yet to fully understand. And one day, perhaps in a silence deeper than doctrine, those echoes will meet again, not in victory, but in wonder. The silence that broke the church was not made of thunder. It was made of missed moments, of glances that turned away, of hands not extended, of songs no longer sung together. Dear dreamer, division rarely begins with sharp words. It begins when we stop listening, when we stop waiting for the other's breath to finish, when we speak not to understand, but to affirm ourselves. And yet, even across centuries of silence, hearts still remember the sound of harmony. And remembering is a beginning. The wound remains, but even wounds, when touched with truth, can become the door through which grace returns. It takes time, it takes humility, and it takes the courage to hope for reunion not through triumph, but through tenderness. Because the deepest unity is not built by sameness, but by the willingness to meet, not in certainty, but in wonder. Tonight, as you rest in the hush between histories, know this: what has been broken is not beyond healing, and every echo of a shared song carries within it the seed of return. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest between the echoes of old songs, where silence, stitched with longing, waits for its note to return. Somewhere beyond the weight of time, 2 candles still burn, each resting on a different altar, each casting its own soft circle of light. They do not meet, their flames do not touch, but they glow beneath the same stars, and their warmth reaches into the same night. The prayers whispered in Latin, the hymns chanted in Greek, they rise through different arches, but drift toward the same heavens. And in the hush between them, something lingers. Not resentment, not forgetting, but a quiet hope that one day light might recognize light again. So close your eyes and let your breath join the hush. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer, the candles still burn, and the song, though split, still waits to be whole. There was a time, dear dreamer, when the Western Church stood tall, its towers shining in the morning sun, its bells ringing in harmony across fields and cities. From Rome to Canterbury, from abbeys cloaked in mist to cathedrals carved in light, the faithful knelt beneath one roof of stars, but even the strongest walls echo, and even the holiest halls can carry the sound of silence too long unanswered. Within the marble quiet, beneath vaulted ceilings heavy with incense and song, a wind had begun to stir, gentle at first, but steady, not a gale, not a cry, a whisper, a question born not from rebellion, but from reverence, from the ache of those who loved the church too much to leave her unchanged. Dear dreamer, not all storms arrive with thunder. Some begin as whispers, soft and sorrowful, from hearts that dared to hope for something purer still. And so, one morning, in a town called Wittenberg, a man approached a wooden door with parchment in hand and longing in his chest. He did not shout. He knocked. And in that knock, quiet, careful, but unrelenting, the dream began to tremble. It was not anger that first cracked the silence, but ache, a longing for the church to remember her first song. The song of fishermen and widows, of bread broken not for gold, but for grace, of altars built not from ambition, but from awe. Martin Luther was no thunderclap. He was a whisper at the door, a monk wrapped in homespun robes, carrying parchment heavy with sorrow. On an October morning in 1517, he stood before the wooden doors of Wittenberg. In his hands, 95 theses. Not weapons, but questions. Not attacks, but aching reminders. He knocked, and with that knock, the breath of centuries stirred. The dream had worn thin. Indulgences, promises of salvation written not in prayer, but in coin, fluttered like false leaves across the courtyards of faith. The heart of the church, once beating loud with mercy, had begun to echo hollow in marble halls, heavy with wealth and forgetting. Luther did not seek to shatter. He sought to mend, to stitch the torn edges back together with threads spun from scripture and song. He wrote of repentance, of grace given freely, of a love that could not be bought or sold. He wrote in longing, not in rage. But longing, dear dreamer, is a wild and powerful thing. It catches the wind. It rides the currents of every hungry heart. And what Luther set loose, quiet, careful, trembling, soon became a tide no hand could still. The whispers turned to murmurs. The murmurs turned to cries. The cries turned to songs, each in a different key, each remembering a different verse of the same forgotten hymn. It was not rebellion that first stirred Wittenberg. It was remembrance, the remembrance of a church not made by crowns or coin, but by calloused hands breaking bread in dusty rooms, by songs sung barefoot under borrowed roofs, by love poured out with no price but surrender. And yet, even remembrance can divide. For when the longing of the heart meets the pride of the world, the sound is not always harmony. Sometimes it is fracture. Luther's words travelled faster than horses. They crossed fields, cities, oceans of thought. They leapt from tongue to tongue, each whisper growing louder, each echo reaching farther. And so, without swords, without armies, the world trembled. The dream, tired, beautiful, cracked, but still breathing, awoke into a new and uncertain morning. Tonight, dear dreamer, as you drift between heartbeats, remember, not every knock upon the door is meant to break it down. Sometimes it is meant to remind the house of the songs it has forgotten. And sometimes even a whisper at the door can become the first note of a song the stars themselves remember. What began as a whisper spread like wind through dry fields, igniting not only debate but war, and wounds too deep for parchment to mend. The knock at Wittenberg's door did not fade into stillness. It rang through corridors of stone and across fields of longing, stirring not only scholars and monks, but the very soil of Europe itself. Rome heard it, heard the trembling in the voice of a monk who would not recant. And Rome answered with thunder, papal bulls, decrees, condemnations, words sharp as blades, heavy with the weight of a church fearful of unravelling. But fire, once caught in the wind, asks no permission to burn. The whispers Luther had set loose became voices rising in 1,000 chapels, in marketplaces, in hearth-warmed kitchens, not all in unison, not all in kindness. John Calvin, with a mind like a river running deep and fierce, took up the call, fashioning faith into new rivers of thought, where sovereignty and grace danced in intricate eddies. Ulrich Zwingli, bold as sunrise, sought to strip the church bare, to find Christ not in gold and incense, but in the simple breaking of bread, in the clear, clean river of Scripture itself. Others came. Others dreamed. Each voice, each heart, a new flame leaping into the widening sky. What had begun as a longing for return became a scattering. 1,000 paths traced across the once unbroken garden of belief. Luther had asked for conversation. Europe gave him revolution. Kings saw in the fires an opportunity. Princes smelled the chance for crowns unchained from Rome. Common folk, weary from tithes and taxes, saw in the crackling winds a hope and a danger. Wars erupted, not only with swords of iron, but with swords of ideology. Words became armies, Ideas became banners under which brother turned against brother, village against village. Dear dreamer, know this, not all fires cleanse, some scorch, some consume. And even the holiest dreams, when seized by trembling hands and fearful hearts, can burn faster than they can heal. The Reformation, so often painted in banners and trumpets, was born not in triumph, but in ache, in longing misheard, in dreams divided by fear. And yet, even among the ashes, the first ache remained, the whisper that had begun it all, that faith should be lived, not sold, that grace should be given, not bought, that Christ should be known, not hidden behind veils stitched with gold. Tonight, as you rest beneath the slow turning of ancient stars, remember, fire, though it rages, can also refine. And sometimes, the winds that tear apart also clear the way for seeds too long buried to finally take root. The fire had raged. The winds had torn the garden of belief into 1,000 tangled paths. And when the storm finally sighed into silence, the church that remained was no longer a single window of light. It was a mosaic of shards, sharp, scattered, sorrowful, Lutheran, Calvinist, Anabaptist, Anglican. Each fragment carried a piece of the original dream, but none held it whole. What once had been a great stained glass rose, catching the morning sun in 1,000 hues of hope, now lay in pieces across the fields of Europe. And yet, though the window shattered, the sun still found its way through every shard of coloured glass. In the steepled churches of Wittenberg, psalms rose, raw, honest, fierce. In Geneva's quiet courtyards, sermons stitched new covenants from old promises. In the English chapels veiled with mist, prayers trembled upward, stitched with longing and doubt alike. Not one of these voices sang perfectly. Some stumbled into dogma, some forgot the tenderness of mystery, some built walls where gardens should have bloomed, but still each shard caught the light. Each heart, despite its brokenness, still reached upward. Dear dreamer, know this. Wholeness is a song too vast for any one voice to sing alone. Sometimes it takes the sorrow of fracture to teach the soul how to listen to the spaces between notes. The brokenness of the church did not end the longing. It deepened it. It taught the faithful how to wrestle, how to yearn, how to kneel not only before the known, but before the ache of the yet unspoken. And in that aching, something beautiful was born, a humility, a hunger, a hope. For one day, beyond the echoes of creeds and councils, beyond the arguments of pens and pulpits, the shards might remember that they were once part of the same window, that the colours, though scattered, still sang of the same sun. Tonight, as you drift into a sleep cradled by old dreams and patient stars, remember, the fractures we inherit are not curses. They are invitations. Invitations to listen more carefully, to see more tenderly, to believe that even the most shattered rose window still hums with the memory of the light it was made to hold. The glass is broken, but the sun still shines through. And somewhere in the hush of hope, the pieces are already beginning to remember how to glow again. The world remembers the Reformation for its fires, for the banners raised, the walls torn down, the rivers of change carving new courses through ancient lands. But beneath the clamour, dear dreamer, there was a quieter truth. The Reformation was not born from rage, but from longing, from hearts that dared to look into the mirror of the church and ache for the reflection of her first love. It was not rebellion that first stirred the wind. It was remembrance, the ache to return to a garden where grace grew wild and unbought, the hunger to hear the old songs again, sung not for thrones or treasures, but for the sheer trembling wonder of the divine. Sometimes it is not rebellion, but remembrance that sets the heart ablaze. And though the road of return may crack and split, though the dream may break into 1,000 bright pieces, still, within every shard, Within every wound, there is room for truth, room for forgiveness, room for the slow, sacred weaving of what was once torn. Tonight, as you drift into the quiet cradle of dreams, know this: not every flame is a fury. Some fires are prayers, still burning, still waiting, still calling us home. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where ink and longing meet, and even torn pages still carry the warmth of the hand that wrote them. Somewhere beyond the hush of history, a book lies open under the soft sigh of candlelight. Its pages are worn, creased by sorrow, stained by hope. The wind, gentle as a memory, turns the leaves slowly, whispering over words written with trembling hands. Words of faith, words of fear, words stitched from the ache of those who dared to dream of a world remade. Not all the chapters are whole. Some are smudged, some are torn, but the ink still breathes, and the story, though fractured, still hums with the music of hearts that remembered what it meant to love beyond certainty. So close your eyes. Let the flicker of old songs cradle you. Let the murmurs of unfinished prayers guide you deeper into rest. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The story is not over, and somewhere, between the lines, grace is still writing. There are seasons, dear dreamer, when the night seems endless, when doubt weaves thick tapestries across the stars, and even the prayers of stone grow quiet. For centuries, the world had wandered through storms, through schisms, through wars, through dreams cracked and bleeding. The gardens of hope had withered under the heavy hands of fear. But no winter lasts forever. Sometimes, after the longest nights, the dawn returns not with thunder, but with the slow, golden breath of wonder. It was not a roar. It was a whisper of colour against grey walls. It was a hand reaching for a brush, for a chisel, for a lyre. It was the hush of marble, remembering how to sing, the breath of a canvas, daring once again to dream of the sky. In the cradles of Florence, Venice, and Rome, the world did not rise with swords. It rose with strokes of light and waves of song. After all the breaking, the heart of humanity remembered how to build again. Not fortresses, but cathedrals of beauty. Not walls of defence, but arches of wonder. Tonight, we step gently into that awakening, into the slow, radiant unfolding of a world, learning once more how to love the light. It was not revolt that stirred the streets of Florence, but a remembering of colour, of song, of the first thrill of a brush against a canvas of sky. In the quiet hush after storms, something ancient began to awaken in the heart of Italy. Not with the clash of swords, but with the soft murmur of dreams brushing dust from forgotten altars. The 14th century dawned not with battle cries, but with hands reaching once more for stone, for pigment, for notes that quivered on the edge of wonder. Florence breathed first. Among her winding alleys and sun-splashed squares, a new longing stirred. A hunger not merely for survival, but for beauty, for meaning stitched delicately into the fabric of daily life. Painters gathered in candlelit studios, grinding minerals into powders more vibrant than memory. Sculptors pressed trembling palms against marble still cool from the sleeping earth, listening for the figures already curled within the stone. It was a remembering of humanity itself, of the dignity of hands that create, of eyes that seek the sacred woven into the mortal. Rome stirred next, her bones ancient, her soul still vast. The broken columns of empire leaned once more toward the heavens, cradling new dreams amid their weathered embrace. In Venice, the canals whispered songs no ocean could drown, and light, fractured by water and window alike, wove paintings out of the very air. Dear dreamer, this was not merely a rebirth of learning, but of wonder. It was a time when thinkers gazed at the stars and dared to believe that knowledge was not a betrayal of faith, but a deeper kind of praise. that every curve of the human body, every pulse of colour upon a canvas, was itself a hymn. The Renaissance did not scorn heaven. It sought to glimpse it, not only beyond the clouds, but within the vaulted cathedrals of flesh and breath and stone. In Florence's marketplaces, merchants spoke not just of silk and spices, but of patronage for artists who could trap starlight on wood and plaster. In the great libraries, scribes leaned over manuscripts, breathing life back into forgotten texts of Greece and Rome, dusting ancient wisdom until it shimmered anew. Hope was stitched into every thread of this awakening. Hope that humanity was not a curse, but a reflection. Not a fall, but a flight. It was a fragile hope. Not all cities sang in tune. Not all hearts remembered the old songs without faltering. But still, the seeds had been planted. And across the hills of Tuscany, across the mist-veiled waterways of Venice, across the broken columns of Rome, the first shoots of beauty rose, soft and green, pushing stubbornly toward a sky that had not forgotten how to cradle dreams. Tonight, as you rest beneath stars more ancient than any dome, remember, sometimes the greatest revolutions are not fought with banners, but painted in light, and sometimes, after the fiercest winters, the first breath of spring sings not in shouts, but in colours too soft for sorrow to erase. Stone by stone, the earth reached upward again, spires stitched with dreams, domes breathing like hearts into the heavens. It was not enough, dear dreamer, for the soul of the Renaissance to be sung only in paint or ink. It needed to touch the sky. It needed to plant its longing into the very bones of the world. And so they built. Not as conquerors, but as poets, writing prayers in marble and brick, lifting songs in scaffolds and spires. In Florence, the great dome of Santa Maria del Fiore unfurled like a flower pressed against the sky, a miracle of weight and grace, spun by the hand of Brunelleschi, who dared to believe that the old dreams of Rome could live again. Each stone laid upon stone was a heartbeat. Each curve of the rising dome a breath inhaled by the city herself. The people gathered in the piazzas, watching wonder take shape above them, a new firmament crafted by mortal hands, yet yearning, always, for the divine. In Rome, the Sistine Chapel opened her arms to the heavens. Michelangelo, gripped by visions larger than sleep, lay upon his scaffold and stitched stories into the very ceiling. Stories of dust and stars, of gardens lost, and judgment whispered through painted clouds. The ceiling was not a roof, it was a sky reborn, the breath of Genesis painted in colours too fierce to fade. And beyond it all, rising like a great sigh from the tired stones of the ancient city, St. Peter's Basilica took shape, a temple of light and longing, where the old and the new clasped hands beneath a dome so vast, it seemed the earth itself had opened a window to heaven. The cathedrals were not fortresses, they were cradles, cradles for dreams, for prayers, for the old songs rewritten in new tongues of stone and light. Each buttress was a reaching, each stained glass window a sigh caught in colour, each nave a river carrying souls upward in hushed procession. Dear dreamer, these were not merely buildings, they were hymns, silent, vast, trembling with breath too ancient to be caged by walls. They taught the feet that entered them how to tread softly. They taught the eyes that gazed upward how to wonder without shame. And for a time, a golden, trembling time, the world remembered that beauty was not luxury, but liturgy. That building a dome was a form of prayer. That carving a statue was a way to kneel. That painting a sky on a ceiling was not rebellion against heaven, but an invitation to dwell within it. Tonight, as you lie beneath your own invisible ceiling of stars, remember, the earth, too, once dreamed of touching the sky, and in marble and mosaic in brushstroke and song, it did. The cathedrals rose, and within their sheltering arms, the artists began to sing. Not with voices, but with stone, with pigment, with visions too vast for words alone to hold. Their brushes were not merely tools, but instruments of remembrance, calling the soul to rise, to dare to see heaven stitched into the skin of the world. Leonardo da Vinci dreamed in lines that breathed. In his notebooks, angels and machines danced together, and each sketch was a prayer stitched in curiosity, a hymn to a world endlessly unfolding its mysteries. When he painted, the light itself seemed to lean closer, eager to touch the tender curve of a smile, the hush of a river winding into twilight. In the hush of his studios, Leonardo taught the world that beauty was not a surface, but a soul made visible. Michelangelo, fierce and aching, saw not stone, but bodies already curled within the marble, waiting only to be set free. His hands, calloused by devotion, chipped away everything that was not love, not light, not life. In the Sistine Chapel, he bent the heavens until they touched the trembling fingertips of man, reminding a weary world that even dust was stitched with the divine. And Raphael, gentle as dawn, painted grace into being. His Madonnas, not cold icons, but mothers warm with breath, with sorrow, with songs too soft for parchment to capture. Through their hands, the forgotten music of creation hummed anew. They did not build fortresses, they built gardens, gardens of colour and form, where the spirit could walk barefoot again. Dear dreamer, know this. Art is not ornament, it is memory. It is the whisper of Eden folded into cloth and canvas, stone and sky. These artists did not paint for kings, they painted for wonder. They carved not to command, but to remember. Each brushstroke was a bridge, each sculpture a doorway, each masterpiece a quiet bell, ringing out across the fractured fields of a world still learning how to believe in beauty. Their works have weathered centuries, cracked, faded, gazed upon by millions, and yet still they breathe, still they sing. Tonight, as you rest beneath your own ceiling of dreams, remember, the world is still stitched with light, still stitched with wonder, still stitched with the quiet, stubborn hope that beauty, once kindled, can never be entirely undone. And somewhere, in marble and in colour, the old songs still rise, inviting every soul that passes by to lift its eyes once more toward the sky. The Renaissance was not merely a song of splendour, dear dreamer. It was a quiet healing, a slow stitching of wonder back into a world wearied by forgetting. It was a reminder that the light had never truly left, only waited, patient as seeds beneath winter's hush, through brush and chisel, through domes that kissed the sky, through psalms hidden in stone and fresco, the soul of the world remembered how to pray again, not only with words but with beauty. It was not a sudden leap into brilliance, it was a blooming, a stubborn, tender unfurling of colour, soft enough to survive the storm, strong enough to call the heart home. Sometimes the soul does not leap into light. It blooms, slow and stubborn, in colours too tender for the storm to erase. And though kingdoms rose and fell, though creeds clashed and banners burned, the songs stitched into marble and canvas endured. A testament to the truth that faith and wonder, once born, do not die easily. Tonight, as you drift among dreams painted in stars and silence, remember, the world, even when broken, still hums with the old music. And every breath of beauty is a thread leading you quietly, steadily, back toward the light. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where marble hums and colours breathe, and even the silence between stars carries the hush of 1,000 painted prayers. Somewhere, beneath a moon soft as a whispered hymn, a golden dome catches the light, its curves stitched with stories too tender for words. The walls below, once mere stone, now hum with the memory of hands that dared to turn dust into wonder and sorrow into song. In the hush of midnight, the frescoes still breathe, the statues still sing, their beauty woven into the silence like lullabies too old to forget. Close your eyes and let the hush cradle you. Let the ancient prayers stitched in pigment and light rock you gently into dreams deeper than memory. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The world still remembers how to dream. And the stars, stitched above your sleep, still hum the same old song. There are seasons, dear dreamer, when even the brightest dawn cannot still the winds that rise with it. The Renaissance had painted the world in colours too vivid to forget. The domes sang, the statues breathed, the cathedrals hummed with the music of rebirth. But before the last notes of that golden hymn could settle into stillness, new questions began to stir the air. Questions of stars, of numbers, of laws written not on tablets, but hidden in the turning of planets and the fall of apples. The world, once cradled safely within the embrace of heaven, began to stretch its arms outward, seeking, reaching, spinning into mysteries no altar had yet named. And the church, the steady keeper of light, found herself standing at crossroads where the signs had faded, paths tangled, certainties trembled. Dear dreamer, there are times when even the steadiest flames must learn to flicker, not from weakness, but from the breath of a world waking to new dreams. It is not a death, it is a dance, a trembling, stubborn dance of faith, learning how to breathe alongside wonder once again. Tonight, we step softly into that trembling, into a world where light and doubt whirl together, each teaching the other how to endure the coming winds. The stars, once stitched like candles into heaven's tapestry, now spun in patterns too vast for old maps to hold. For centuries, the sky had been a cathedral, domed and orderly, its stars hung with deliberate hands, circling faithfully around the sacred hearth of the earth. But now, the breath of new questions stirred the air, whispering doubts that slipped through stained glass windows, curling into cloisters, weaving through the pews. It began, not with a shout, but with the turning of pages, the squinting of eyes against the firmament, the quiet courage to say, "What if?" Copernicus, gazing from a small corner of the world, dared to wonder, what if it is not the heavens that circle us, but we who dance around the sun? His thoughts were gentle at first, a reweaving, not a rebellion, but the thread he tugged unravelled more than stars. Galileo lifted telescopes to skies trembling with possibility. Through glass and hope, he saw moons spinning around Jupiter, worlds circling worlds, a cosmos not centered on man, but alive with endless, intricate dance. Each discovery was a breath, each breath a ripple, each ripple a tremor at the foot of old altars. The heavens, once so sure, now sang a wilder song, and with every chord of wonder, the church, ancient and earnest, felt the earth shift beneath her feet. Not because she did not love truth, but because truth now asked her to move, to sway with a music for which she had forgotten the steps. Newton came next, his mind carving invisible rivers through the sky, charting the tides and falls of stars and stones alike. Gravity, not angels, was the hand that stitched apples to trees, moons to orbits, oceans to earth. The universe, it seemed, was vast beyond imagining, a clockwork of exquisite, terrifying beauty, ticking not in poetry alone, but in numbers, in laws. Dear dreamer, this was not the death of wonder. It was wonder reborn, but in a language the old maps had no name for. The breath of new questions did not extinguish the candles of faith. It made them dance. It asked, could truth and beauty still speak together? Could the infinite be wider than any dome? Could the Creator be even more marvelous than first dreamed? But tremors, even gentle ones, unsettle old stones. And for many, the whisper of new skies sounded too much like the storm of forgetting. Thus, across Europe's cathedrals and universities a hush fell, a hush woven from awe and fear alike, a hush that asked, if the heavens have changed, what else might? Tonight, as you breathe beneath stars older than every question ever dared, remember, to ask is not to betray, to wonder is not to abandon, and sometimes the soul must lean into the trembling of new skies to find the truer shape of the heavens once more. Some tried to shield the flame with iron walls, not knowing that faith, like light, must breathe or perish. As the breath of new questions swept across Europe, there were those within the church who felt the old warmth falter, who saw the candles tremble, and, in fear, reached for stone and decree to shelter the fire. They did not act from malice, but from love bruised by fear, from a longing to preserve the sacred, even if it meant chaining it to altars built for a gentler time. Galileo Galilei, who had dared to lift his lens toward the heavens, found himself summoned not to wonder, but to judgment. He spoke of moons and tides, of a sun steady at the center of a waltzing universe, of a world not abandoned by God, but spun in harmony, too grand for old eyes to see. But his words, though woven with awe, tugged too hard at the threads of certainty, and so he stood before courts robed in sorrow, asked not to dream, but to recant. Giordano Bruno, bold, burning, whispered of endless worlds, of stars that sang beyond the reach of any church bell. And for that, he was silenced not with debate, but with flame. Dear dreamer, it is a heavy thing to watch the maps that once cradled your world begin to unravel. It is a fearful thing to step into a night where even the stars have learned new songs, and so many, seeking safety, built walls, walls of doctrine, walls of judgment, walls meant to protect the holy, but which instead press the breath from it. In trying to shield the flame, they forgot that light must dance to live, that faith must tremble and lean into wonder, or else collapse under the weight of its own fear. The world beyond the walls moved on. Philosophers penned treatises, scientists mapped skies and seas, artists sketched new dreams on pages no altar had yet blessed. And the church, noble and weary, stood at the crossroads, watching the river of thought swell and split, its banks no longer wide enough to contain all that rushed forward. It was not a battle easily named, not truth against falsehood, not light against dark. It was the struggle of a soul learning, painfully slowly, that the fire it carried could not be caged, that to survive it must breathe alongside the new winds, must bend without breaking, must flicker without dying. Tonight, as you lie beneath a sky no longer centered on us alone, know this: it is not weakness to tremble, it is not betrayal to question. And sometimes, the greatest act of faith is to open the doors of the sanctuary wide enough for the stars to sing their new songs inside. Even in the howling winds of reason, some candles leaned, but none surrendered their fire without a final, stubborn glow. The world was changing, fast, fierce, relentless. The tides of thought pulled at every anchor, every ancient stone. And yet, amidst the rising storm, the light of faith, trembling, battered, refused to die. It bent, yes, it wept against the winds, but it clung to the wick of hope with a fierceness no gale could erase. Blaise Pascal, a mind sharp as winter's edge, a heart stitched with trembling awe, knelt before the mystery not with blind certainty, but with a wager whispered through doubt. If you are, let me not be deaf to your voice. He built bridges between thought and faith, between numbers and yearning, between silence and prayer. Isaac Newton, the cartographer of the cosmos, the architect of invisible laws, mapped the dance of stars and tides, and yet, in his quiet hours, wrote more of prophecy than of physics. He traced the hand of the divine, not only in orbits and gravity, but in the trembling hope that history itself curved toward meaning. And beyond them, through the salons and libraries of the Enlightenment, philosophers argued and dreamed, challenged and pondered. Some turned their faces from cathedrals, preferring the open sky. Some stitched reason into cloaks too tight for mystery. But even among the doubters, even among the ones who spoke with sharp tongues and sharper pens, there lingered a question, a soft ache stitched between syllables. What if wonder still mattered? What if the soul, for all its logic, still needed to kneel, not in fear, but in awe? Dear dreamer, know this. Faith is not the absence of questioning. It is the endurance of light through the trembling. It is the stubborn hum of hope that outlasts doubt, not by overpowering it, but by weaving itself through every broken place. The candles flickered. Some guttered low, their wax weeping into the cracks of cold stone. Some leaned so hard into the wind that they seemed ready to die. But none surrendered their fire without a final, stubborn glow. And in that glow, fragile, flickering, defiant, the world learned something precious. That true faith is not a fortress. It is a field of stars scattered, trembling, but still singing their ancient songs across the dark. Tonight, as you drift beneath those same old stars, remember, it is not certainty that keeps the flame alive. It is longing. It is wonder. It is the quiet, impossible act of choosing, again and again, to light the candle and watch it dance. True faith, dear dreamer, does not fear the trembling. It does not flinch when the winds rise, or when the old questions return with sharper teeth. It leans into the uncertainty, learning to breathe deeper, to listen more carefully, to sing softer songs that still carry across the widening dark. For faith that never flickers, never learns how to glow against the night. It is not in unbroken certainty that the soul grows luminous. It is in the shivering moments, when the flame bends, when the shadows press close, when the heart, aching and unsure, still chooses to kindle hope. Doubt is not the enemy of belief. It is the breath that keeps faith alive, challenging it, deepening it, teaching it how to root itself not in fear, but in wonder. Tonight, as you drift among dreams stitched with both longing and mystery, know this: a faith that breathes, that listens, that dares to dance even when the winds howl loudest, is a faith that endures beyond storms. It is the flicker that becomes a beacon, the trembling that becomes a hymn, the fragile flame that against all odds lights the way home. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where light dances with doubt, and every trembling flame still sings its silent prayer into the endless dark. Somewhere beyond the hush of certainty, a single candle flickers, its glow fragile, its breath uneven, but alive. It leans into the wind, not to defy it, but to learn its rhythm, to dance with the questions rather than hide from them. Its flame is not proud, it is patient. It does not roar, it hums, a lullaby of warmth woven from wonder. So close your eyes. Let the soft pulse of that light guide you inward, toward a quiet deeper than answers, toward a night gentler than fear. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The flame still lives, and even in the darkest silence, it remembers how to glow. There are houses, dear dreamer, so old, so heavy with memory, that every stone seems stitched with silence. Houses that have weathered tempests, sheltered pilgrim and priest, echoed with songs now worn thin by time. For centuries, the great house of the church had stood, scarred by schisms, leaning into wars, braced against the restless tides of a world ever shifting beneath its feet. Its walls had been strong, its doors had been steadfast, but its windows, too long shuttered against the winds of change, had grown heavy with dust, with the weight of centuries unsung. And then, one day, without thunder, without fanfare, a key turned. A window creaked open. A breath, slow, long, trembling with wonder, exhaled into the tired halls. Dear dreamer, sometimes the bravest thing an ancient house can do is to open its windows and let the winds of tomorrow weave songs through its tired halls. It is not surrender. It is remembrance, that stone must breathe to live, that even cathedrals must learn to sway with the music of a world forever new. Tonight, we step softly into that breath, into a moment when the old house learned how to sing again. It was not a revolt, but a remembering, that even the oldest walls must breathe to live. The year was 1959. The world outside had already spun itself into a dizzying new age. Machines whispering across oceans, nations rising and falling like tides, voices speaking in languages no council had yet learned to hear. And inside the house of the church, the air had grown still. The windows, though crafted with love, had been closed against too many storms. It was into this hush, into this quiet too brittle to endure, that a new whisper stirred. An old man in white, Pope John the 23rd, with eyes deep as wells and laughter stitched into his wrinkles, spoke not with the clamour of rebellion, but with the simple, stubborn breath of hope. He did not call for destruction. He did not cry for revolution. He spoke instead of aggiornamento, a word soft as sunrise, bringing in the fresh air, opening the shutters, letting the house, heavy with memory, taste the morning again. He summoned the bishops of the world, not to tear down, but to listen, to one another, to the world, to the spirit, who still wove her music through corridors grown too quiet. It was a boldness stitched with humility, a courage woven with tenderness, for to change a living thing is dangerous, but to refuse to breathe is to begin dying. Dear dreamer, sometimes it is not the fiercest roar that transforms the world. Sometimes it is the smallest sigh, the softest lifting of a latch, the simplest invitation to light. Across the globe, letters flew like doves from Vatican towers, invitations written not in command, but in yearning. Come, bring your questions, bring your longings, bring your hands ready to lift shutters heavy with dust. By 1962, they came, shepherds and teachers, pilgrims and prophets, thousands gathering beneath frescoed ceilings where the old songs slept, ready perhaps to wake. The council would not undo the past. It would not tear down the ancient house. It would clean it, air it, sweep its floors with laughter and lament. It would whisper again into its stones, "You were built to live. Now, live again." It would be messy. It would be painful. Some would clutch the shutters closed again, frightened of the brightness. Some would rush too fast, forgetting the sacred hush that must still weave between the notes. But the breath had begun. The house had exhaled. And somewhere, far beyond the walls, the spirit who had never stopped singing smiled against the golden dust and hummed the old wild song of resurrection. Tonight, as you drift into dreams stitched with ancient prayers and newborn winds, remember, the oldest walls remember how to breathe. The oldest songs remember how to rise. And sometimes all it takes to begin again is the courage to open one window. Beneath the frescoed ceilings, dreams long whispered in corners now stood and spoke aloud. The house of the church, heavy with memory, stirred as over 2,000 shepherds crossed its threshold. From every corner of the world they came, robes dusted with desert sand, eyes carrying the gleam of distant islands, hands calloused from fields both spiritual and real. They gathered not to rewrite the story, but to reread it together, to lift each line to the light and ask softly, "What have we forgotten to hear?" The year was 1962. The Second Vatican Council had begun. Under the painted gaze of saints and angels, the bishops took their seats, not as judges, but as dreamers, as pilgrims searching again for the first song. They spoke of the liturgy, not as a relic, but as a living river. A current that must flow into the language of the people, must sing in tongues born not in ancient courts, but in marketplaces and village chapels, in whispered prayers beneath tin roofs and golden domes alike. They spoke of the world beyond their walls, a world humming with engines, lit by screens, aching with both wonder and disillusionment. A world no longer content to be told from afar what was sacred, but longing to touch the sacred in its own trembling hands. They spoke of freedom, not the rebellion of reckless hearts, but the dignity of souls made for choice, for the dangerous, wondrous act of seeking truth not under compulsion, but under the wild sky of conscience. They spoke of dialogue, with other Christians, with other faiths, with every soul stitched by the same divine breath, even if their songs bore different syllables. Dear dreamer, imagine it. The long-locked house, its halls heavy with solemn echoes, now thrumming with thousands of voices, different accents, different hopes, but a shared longing to breathe, to rise, to be more than a museum of memories. There was tension, yes. There were debates that frayed the air, clashes of old and new, fear and longing waltzing awkwardly across marble floors. But there was also laughter. There were tears. There were moments when the Spirit's ancient hush fell so gently across the gathering that even the painted angels seemed to lean closer, listening. It was not perfect, it was not easy, but it was alive. For the first time in centuries, the Church dared to believe that she could be both ancient and newborn, both timeless and trembling with change. Tonight, as you drift beneath a sky vaster than any council's dreams, remember, sometimes the holiest gatherings are not the ones where all agree, but the ones where hearts dare to sit together, to listen, to dream aloud beneath the old, aching beauty of the same roof. And sometimes, the dreams whispered for generations find at last the courage to speak. The windows opened, and though the old dust swirled, the sunlight danced freely once more. It was not a storm, but a current, soft, persistent, shimmering with golden breath, sweeping through corridors too long sealed against the world's music. The changes, dear dreamer, were not thunderclaps. They were notes of a new song, woven gently, persistently, into the stone. The liturgy breathed first. Once bound tightly in the ancient tongue of Latin, a river that only the learned could fully navigate, the Mass now spoke in the voices of villages and cities, of fields and markets. No longer a distant incantation, but a mother's lullaby, a child's first prayer, a fisherman's whispered thanks at dawn. People heard the sacred not from afar, but stitched into the fabric of their own lives, their own accents, their own hungers. The Church turned her gaze outward, beyond cloister and choir stall. She reached trembling hands towards science, no longer to condemn the stars' new songs, but to wonder with them, to ask, what marvels of the Maker might we glimpse if we dare to look? She turned to the children of other faiths, no longer as strangers, but as siblings, each carrying a fragment of the same ancient fire. She dared to sit at tables where different prayers had been said, where different songs had been sung, and to listen, truly listen, to the yearning beneath every syllable. And she spoke of freedom, not the careless freedom that forgets its roots, but the fierce, sacred freedom of souls allowed to seek, to stumble, to dance their way home to the divine. Dear dreamer, Not every gust was welcomed. Some clutched their robes tighter, afraid of the dust, afraid of the draughts that lifted familiar banners into strange new shapes. Change, even when born of hope, still aches, still stings. The sunlight, as it danced, revealed cracks hidden by shadow, revealed that the old stones, however noble, had long needed tending. But the breath had begun. The house no longer held its own air captive. It sang again, unevenly, bravely, like a choir remembering a forgotten hymn. Tonight, as you lie beneath a sky stirred by winds older than memory, remember, to open the window is to risk the storm, but it is also to invite the light. And sometimes, the dust that dances in the sunbeams is not the enemy, but the memory of every story ever whispered within the walls. Stories that, at last, are ready to rise, to breathe, to sing once more. Dear dreamer, the oldest houses are not those without cracks. They are those who dare to open their windows, to let the winds trace old scars, to let the light carve new paths across ancient floors. Renewal is not a forgetting. It is a remembering that every stone was once set with trembling hands, that every prayer was once a daring note in the stillness. The church, in opening her heart to the world anew, did not lose her soul. She found it again, not in abandoning the past, but in breathing it into life once more. For a faith that fears no wind, no question, no song sung by distant brothers and sisters, is a faith strong enough to dance, to dream, to endure. And sometimes, the holiest act of all is to open a long locked door, step barefoot into the swirling dust, and let the old house sing again. Tonight, as you drift among dreams, stitched with both memory and hope, remember, what breathes, lives, what listens, sings, and what dares to open its windows becomes again a home. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where old stones remember how to sing, and every open window hums with the breath of tomorrow. Somewhere beyond the hush of history, a quiet room leans into the night. Its windows, long sealed, now tremble open, letting the cool wind weave songs through halls lined with the sighs of saints and the laughter of children yet unborn. The stones breathe again, not with the heavy weight of memory, but with the gentle cadence of hope. The soft, unhurried rhythm of a house learning to dream anew. Close your eyes and let the fragrance of old prayers and new promises cradle you. Let the whispered songs, never fully lost, stitch themselves into your sleep. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The house is breathing, the windows are singing, and the night, stitched with 1,000 unseen hymns, waits to carry you home. There are roads, dear dreamer, that begin beneath familiar arches, only to vanish into wild and trembling horizons. The Second Vatican Council had opened the windows. The house had breathed. But outside, the world was already spinning faster than any map could capture. Cities stretched their spires toward neon skies. Machines hummed lullabies to distant stars. Voices rose, not just in prayer, but in protest, in wonder, in furious, aching hope for a world remade. Old certainties shook, borders blurred, dreams collided, and the faithful, who once sheltered behind walls stitched with ritual and rhyme, now stepped out onto the shifting dust of a world learning, forgetting, and dreaming all at once. They were no longer keepers of a fortress, they were pilgrims. Pilgrims with sandaled feet and candles cupped against the howling wind, walking roads littered with both promise and peril. Dear dreamer, every pilgrim knows. To journey is to risk being changed by the very road beneath your feet. It is not betrayal. It is becoming. Tonight, we set out with them, into the restless dusk of a world forever unfolding, carrying in trembling hands the oldest fire of all, hope. The maps grew old in trembling hands, while new paths unfolded like rivers across a restless earth. After the breath of Vatican II, the world did not wait politely at the doorstep. It rushed in, like wind, like flood, like 1,000 songs sung in keys the old choirs had never learned. Globalization stitched distant shores together overnight. Satellites spun silver threads across the sky, carrying voices, images, stories faster than thought. Wars lit new fires in places the old maps had left blank. Science leapt forward, splitting atoms, stretching life into circuits and screens. The old rhythms faltered. The slow seasons of sowing and harvest were replaced by ticking clocks, by glowing screens, by cities that no longer slept. And amid it all, the faithful stepped forward, mapless and blinking, into a dawn that felt both breathtaking and bewildering. The world they had known, where altars held the surest light, where stone towers guarded the edges of belief, had widened into an ocean whose tides could not be contained. Moral certainties unravelled like tapestries undone by too many restless hands. New questions rose, about life, about freedom, about the place of God in a world that now seemed so masterfully self-made. It was not always rebellion. Sometimes it was simply the breathless wonder of standing before stars whose names had never been spoken aloud before. Dear dreamer, to be a pilgrim in such a world was to walk without a clear road, to step from stone onto sand, from tradition into twilight, carrying only the fragile, stubborn flame of hope. The church herself stumbled and swayed, sometimes too slow to answer, sometimes too quick to fear. There were moments of grandeur, moments of sorrow, moments when the old songs cracked under the weight of new griefs, and no ready hymn could mend the silence. But still, they walked. Mothers teaching their children how to pray in the glow of television screens, priests kneeling beside protesters in streets thick with smoke, nuns tending to the dying in cities where hope seemed spent, young dreamers scribbling psalms into notebooks while the world hurried past, not with triumph, not always with clarity, but with a stubborn, breathless trust that even if the road had changed, the star that first called them forward still burned somewhere beyond the smog and the storm. Tonight, as you breathe beneath stars blurred by distant city lights, remember, the map may crumble, the signs may blur, the world may roar in tongues too wild to tame, but the road still sings beneath your feet, and every pilgrim who dares to walk it, lamp held high against the shifting dark, becomes part of the song. They walked not above the world, but beside it, with sandaled feet dusty from the same weary roads. The world had cracked open. Its songs were no longer sung in a single tongue, its wounds no longer hidden beneath cloaks of certainty. Cities rose and fell, factories roared, children wept in lands where the only prayers were for peace, for bread, for one more day without the thunder of guns. Wars scorched once quiet fields. Markets trembled under invisible weights. Old empires crumbled into dust, finer than any relic's ash. And through it all, the church, no longer a queen enthroned above the fray, stepped down into the dust. Not with easy answers, not with polished banners, but with hands open, hearts torn wide enough to ache alongside the world she had once tried to shield from itself. The council's voice, woven into the tender words of Gaudium et Spes, joy and hope, spoke not as judge, but as fellow traveller. She did not come to scold the broken cities. She knelt beside them. She did not stand above the cries of the poor, the lost, the raging young. She listened. She wept. She dared to say, your joys, your hopes, your griefs, your anxieties, they are ours too. Dear dreamer, this was no easy pilgrimage. To walk alongside a world so raw, so bleeding, meant risking the comfort of old songs. It meant hearing new rhythms, the fierce beat of justice, the aching harmonies of freedom not yet fully born. It meant risking being wounded, risking being changed. Priests knelt in hospital corridors where no saints had ever been canonized. Nuns marched in streets where hymns were drowned by shouts for dignity. Lay men and women stitched grace into boardrooms and breadlines, into protests and playgrounds. They bore no thrones. They wore no crowns. Only the dust of the road and the quiet, stubborn light stitched into every breath. The church, still ancient, became once more the pilgrim she had first been, the barefoot fisherfolk, the tent dwellers, the singers around forgotten fires. Not perfect, not unbroken, but present. Tonight, as you drift beneath a sky still humming with dreams and sorrow alike, remember, the truest companions are not the ones who walk ahead, nor the ones who lag behind, but those who dare to match their steps to yours, even when the path is rough, even when the map is torn, even when all that is left to offer is a hand and a prayer carried softly into the wind. And in the dust of that journey, faith is born again. They carried no thrones, only candles, stubborn flames singing softly against the winds of change. The world grew louder, faster, brighter, with a million neon suns that blinked promises from every tower. But the pilgrims, the ones who remembered, walked still. Their hands did not grasp for crowns. Their voices did not rise to conquer. They moved through the streets, through the marketplaces, through the quiet edges of broken cities, bearing nothing but the small, fierce fire stitched into their hearts. The church, no longer a fortress perched high above the world, became once more a companion, a sojourner, a quiet weaver of hope along frayed and restless roads. She did not always know the way. She stumbled, she wept. But she did not abandon the road. Her light was not a bonfire to blind. It was a candle, patient, persistent, casting enough glow to see the next step, the next hand reaching out, the next cry needing to be heard. And that, dear dreamer, was enough. For the truest fires are not the ones that roar. They are the ones that survive, that hum their ancient songs against storms, that shelter trembling dreams within their small, unwavering circles of gold. In barrios and villages, in skyscraper shadows and refugee camps, in conference halls and corner chapels, the fire flickered. It warmed bread shared between strangers. It lit prayers scrawled in the margins of textbooks and treaties. It wove itself into lullabies sung by mothers who dared to hope for morning. This was no march of empires, no parade of banners. It was the quiet, stubborn pilgrimage of hearts that chose to love in a world too busy, too broken, too breathless to always notice. It was the long road, the slow road, the sacred road. And each pilgrim who dared to step onto it, each soul who dared to cradle the tiny, stubborn flame, became a living thread in a tapestry too vast for any one map to hold. Tonight, as you drift beneath a sky stitched with unseen prayers, remember, the fire need not be loud to endure. The journey need not be straight to matter. And sometimes the brightest act of courage is simply to walk on, candle in hand, song in heart, through a world forever in the making. The pilgrims carry the fire still, and in their small, steadfast light, the stars themselves seem to bow a little closer to listen. Dear dreamer, the road is never as straight as the old songs promised. It twists through valleys of doubt, rises into mountains of sorrow, vanishes sometimes beneath rivers swollen with change. And yet, the journey endures. Not because the pilgrims walk faster or shout louder or build taller banners along the way, but because they walk together, because they carry the fire, small, stubborn, singing, even when the winds howl and the night forgets their names. The truest pilgrim is not the one who reaches fastest, but the one who keeps the fire alive through every storm and shifting sky. Faith was never meant to be a fortress. It was meant to be a flame, passed from hand to trembling hand, woven into songs hummed beneath weary stars, stitched into the soles of sandaled feet. Tonight, as you drift into the soft hush between dreams, know this: you do not walk alone, you do not carry the light alone, and sometimes the quiet courage of keeping your candle lit against a restless sky is enough to help the whole world find its way. Sleep now, dear dreamer. Rest where the road hums beneath your feet, and every trembling flame carries the song of those who dare to journey on. Somewhere beneath the wide and whirling sky, a pilgrim pauses. Their candle, small, stubborn, flickers against the restless breath of the night. They do not hurry, they do not hide. They rest quietly, trusting that the path will wait, that the stars still remember how to guide weary hearts home. Close your eyes, feel the hum of the earth beneath you, the whisper of winds weaving old songs into the folds of your dreams. Sweet dreams, dear dreamer. The road stretches on. The fire still sings, and you, candle-bearer, stargazer, pilgrim, are part of the story still being sung.